Presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
Well, it's getting nasty outside in downtown Phoenix. Storm a brewing over Chase Field. Nice and dry, comfortable inside, however. It's the Braves and the Diamondbacks. They have split the first two games tonight. Each team sends its opening day ace to the pitcher's mound. The third of four against Atlanta. We are set for D-backs baseball on Fox Sports Arizona. And good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthume and Bob Brenly along the way. Terrific pitching matchup for you tonight. Julio Teheran is on the mound for the Braves and Zach Greinke for the Diamondbacks. Zach, in 3 starts since his return from the DL, Bob has had a win, a loss, and a no decision.
Yeah, and the loss was really ugly. Caught us all by surprise at Fenway Park 2 starts ago, but last time out against the Padres, 7 strong innings, scattered 7 hits, gave up only 2 runs. He left the ballgame with a 4-2 lead. Diamondbacks dropped that one in extra innings. He'd been throwing really well lately here at home.
Comes into the ball game tonight 11-4 on the year. Julio Teheran is only 3-9 for the Braves, but an outstanding 2.90 ERA.
Yeah, opponents hitting only 209 against Teheran this year. He has 4 quality pitches at his disposal. This guy is a real under-the-radar star. He's won 39 games the last 3 years for some really bad Braves teams.
So a couple of opening day aces on the mound. It's Greinke and Teheran, the D-backs, and the Atlanta Braves. First pitch is coming up next from Chase Field, right here on Fox Sports Arizona. Brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Chaz Roberts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. By Bank of America. Life is better when we're connected. And by Gigablast. 100 times more powerful internet from Cox. Bring on tomorrow. Cruising down the Salt River. We're inside Chase Field. A little stormy outside in downtown Phoenix. Zach Greinke hoping to bring the heat against the Braves. Julio Teheran. First pitch is next on Fox Sports Arizona. Back inside Chase Field, it's the D-backs and the Braves. 78 degrees, a little stormy outside in downtown Phoenix, but we are set to go after the Diamondbacks, who swept the Braves in 3 games at Turner Field in May, have split the first 2 against Ender Inciarte's Braves. And here's your Valley Chevy dealers lineup for Atlanta here tonight.
Ender Inciarte always anxious to hit. He'll be leading it off in center field for the Braves. Adonis Garcia down at third base. Freddie Freeman at first. Matt Kemp out in left field again. Nick Markakis in right. Tyler Flowers behind the plate. Jace Peterson at second base. Chase Darno at shortstop, and Julio Teheran, the right-hander, on the mound.
Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks is Zach Greinke. 11-4 in 20 starts and a 4.21 ERA. He has made 3 starts and is coming off the DL with that oblique injury. 2 pretty good starts against the Mets and the Padres, sandwiched around an ugly day in Boston.
Yeah, you just really have to write that one off at Fenway Park. Zach said nothing was working. Everything was flat and up in the zone, and the Red Sox have the kind of offense that will make you pay for a shaky day on the mound.
For more on Zach Greinke, let's go downstairs to Jody.
Well, guys, we talked about the last outing in San Diego during the broadcast, the fact that it looked like Zach couldn't quite command the slider or the curveball very well. Went 7 innings, gave up just 2 runs. I talked to pitching coach Mike Butcher just about an hour ago. He said, yeah, he only threw 2 or 3 sliders, 1 curveball, but that was because Zach felt like he could just use that fastball and changeup. Reading swings, knowing what guys would chase, moving the fastball in and out, up and down. He was able to be successful, and that is, of course, what he looks to do tonight, even though hopefully he'll have his full arsenal, guys.
Thanks, Jody. Our nationwide vision center, eye on defense for the D-backs.
Brandon Drury getting the start in left field tonight. Michael Bourne in center field. Mitch Haniger over in right field for Yasmani Tomas. We'll talk more about that later. Jake Lamb and Chris Owings on the left side of the infield with Gene Segura and Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. Wellington Castillo behind the plate for right-hander Zach Greinke.
David Arackley behind the plate for this umpire crew. Here are the balls and strikes. Chris Guccione at first base. Alfonso Marquez is at second. And the crew chief, Larry Vanover, is the third base umpire tonight. Third of a 4-game series here at Chase Field. The D-backs and the Braves. And Ender Inciarte steps in, and we are underway. Inciarte 273 and 3 home runs this year. Ender has 3 hits in this series. He has tripled and walked twice. He's scored 3 runs. Bounces this one to first. Goldie takes it himself, 1 away.
I thought it was interesting talking about Zach not having his good breaking pitches in San Diego, but he still worked his way through that Padres lineup rather easily. Gave up only the 2 runs on 7 hits over 7 innings. That's called pitching. When you can command a fastball, put it where you want, you can work your way through a lineup, and Zach Greinke has proven that time and time again.
He did it pretty efficiently too. Only 2 walks. He had 8 strikeouts in those 7 innings and threw just 90 pitches. The third baseman, Adonis Garcia. Zach in full grunt mode already, and that's strike 1 to Garcia, coming off a big night last night. 268 and 10 home runs. He homered in Monday's series opener. 3 hits last night. He doubled and scored twice. That fastball missed somewhere, and it's 1-1. Greinke can't believe it. Ooh. Yeah. Zach Greinke's got to get that pitch.
I think every pitcher in baseball should get that pitch. That's right on the outside corner. The edge of the ball caught the corner of the plate. That's a strike.
Comes back with a fastball down and in, and he's ahead 1-2. Mostly fastball so far from Zach Greinke. 2-2 to Adonis Garcia. Zach Greinke begins this start tonight only 5 strikeouts shy of 2,000 for his career. He would be the 78th pitcher in baseball history to total 2,000 strikeouts. Full count to Garcia, 3-2. Well, 4 to go. 2 down, and here comes Freddie Freeman. But before he gets in there, we'll get to your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game here, Beatty.
Pretty simple. When you've got your ace on the mound, the intention is to restore order. Give your team a chance to win the game. That's what every pitcher tries to do every night. But with Zach Greinke on the mound, you'd like to think that most of the bullpen will get the night off tonight. D-backs have had to use a lot of pitchers out of the pen lately, varying degrees of success. So the deeper the Zach can work in the ball game, the more order will be restored to Chip Hale in that bullpen.
Well, getting this guy will be a big part of that. Freddie Freeman. Shift is on, and there's ball 1. Freeman 289, 26 home runs already, a career high. He was 0 for 3 with 2 walks and 2 strikeouts last night. Missed upstairs again, and it's 2-0. Freeman had that big night here Monday, doubled and homered twice. That hard Greinke changeup, just got a piece of it.
Just enough off.
Amazing how he can throw a fastball at 91 or 2 and a changeup at 88 and still be effective with it.
And it's funny because the fastball at 91 or 92 looks quicker than that, and the changeup at 88 looks a lot slower. I don't know how he does it.
Doubled up with a changeup, and he gets the strike. 2-2.
Well, whatever he's been doing to Freddie Freeman in the past, he should continue doing it. Freeman 2 for 15 lifetime against Zach Greinke.
Well, 2 fastballs up, 2 changeups away. Goes right back to it. Slider that time, and a 1-2-3 first with 2 strikeouts for Greinke. Diamondbacks coming up against Julio Teheran. Arizona Ford, starting pitcher for the Braves, is Julio Teheran, 25-year-old right-hander. He was the Braves' only All-Star this year. He's been their opening day starter for 3 consecutive seasons now, and the record might not look All-Star worthy. He's only got 3 victories in 22 starts, but check the ERA, 2.90. That is the 12th best in all of baseball.
This is vaguely similar to the year that Shelby Miller had for the Braves last year. Put up great numbers other than the 1-loss record. That's why you can't always judge a starting pitcher by the number of wins he records. This guy gets very little run support and gives up very little.
Your Valley Chevy dealers line up for the D-backs.
Gene Segura will lead it off at second base. Michael Bourne out in center field. Paul Goldschmidt down at first. Wellington Castillo behind the plate with Jake Lamb at third. Chris Owings at short. Mitch Haniger in right. Brandon Drury in left. And Zach Greinke on the mound. Another bat in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, it's true. Greinke batting ninth. Here is Gene Segura. Single, walked, and scored a run last night. He's got 4 hits in the series. Drives that one to right center field. Markakis is there. One away. Our Nationwide Vision Center's eye on defense for the Atlanta Braves.
Well, we know Nick Markakis is in right field. Ender Inciarte, our old buddy, out in center. Matt Kemp over in left field. It'll be Garcia and d'Arnaud on the left side of the infield tonight, with Peterson and Freeman on the right side. Tyler Flowers once again behind the plate tonight for the right-hander Julio Teheran.
The left hand hitting Michael Bourne steps in. Michael hitting .257 with 3 home runs. Bourne was 0 for 4 with a walk last night. He had 3 hits in Monday's series opener. Slaps that one foul, and he's down 1-2.
We mentioned last night that the Braves had used 14 different starting pitchers this year. Teheran is the only guy that has not missed a start in the rotation.
Michael Bourne drops that into right center. Markakis won't be able to cut it off, and Bourne's on the run. Inciarte gets over there, but Michael Bourne is in at third. 5th triple on the year for Michael Bourne. Boy, if Ender Inciarte doesn't run way over there toward the pool and cut that off, Bourne gets all 4 bases.
Slider that just never took the break, stayed up and out over the plate. That pitch was designed to break down and in on Michael Bourne. Markakis fans on it. As you said, Inciarte busting it over there to back the play up, and Michael Bourne motoring all the way around to third base with one out in the inning, setting it up for Goldie.
D-backs a chance to get on the board first. Aaron with a slider for that first pitch strike. Goldschmidt 302 and 19 home runs. 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored in last night's game. He's leading the major leagues in walks. And a 3-hit night Monday.
Hey fans, a D-backs home run today means a free jumbo jack tomorrow at participating Jack in the Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
Yeah, got to get that in before Goldie hits one right here. And the walk-off, of course, Monday. Way out in front of that one. Tehran strikes him out.
That looked like another high, flat breaking ball right there.
That's a little 80-mile-an-hour slider that stayed up. Oof. Wellington Castillo batting cleanup tonight. Michael Bourne at third and 2 outs. Welly 274 and 12 homers. He was hitless last night. That snapped an 8-game hitting streak. Remember, Chris Owings last night had a triple to lead off the 7th inning and was left stranded there. Don't want to waste this opportunity. Fastball misses up and it's 1-0. Castillo 2 doubles and a base on ball in the series. He has knocked in 3 runs.
You notice the radar gun readings. Tehran's not one of those guys that's going to light it up. His fastball sits in the low 90s. On a good night with a tailwind, he can get it up into the mid 90s, but everything has a little bit of movement. Every pitch has a purpose in the at bat.
He has always pitched very well against the Diamondbacks, Julio Tehran. 6 career starts. He's 3-1 with a 2.12 ERA. 2-1 on Castillo.
You'll see mostly fastball slider from Tehran. He does have a curve and does have a changeup and will use them. He's got confidence in those pitches, but much like Zach Greinke can get by with a fastball alone most nights, Tehran can usually get by with just a fastball and a slider.
Castillo drops that into right field. Bourne will score, and that ball rolls all the way to the wall. It's an RBI double for Wellington Castillo, his 20th of the year, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks.
Great approach here by Wellington Castillo. That's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, just below the belt. That's exactly where that ball's supposed to be hit. Nice job.
When you say that, what do you mean by that?
Well, the pitch is up and out over the plate. It's almost like it's on a tee for a batter. You try to pull it, you're probably going to pop it up to the left side of the infield, but if you stay on it and your intention is to hit the ball to the opposite field, it's just like picking a ball off a tee and driving it to that gap in right center.
You don't want to try and pull that pitch.
Well, I mean, guys have had success doing it, and some guys are better than others at covering that outside corner of the plate, but that foils the pitcher. He's making a pitch, and he executed his pitch on the outside corner. It was elevated a little bit, but because of the good approach by Wellington Castillo, it nullified the fact that he hit his spot.
Jake Lamb now. Jake batting 5th tonight. One and one.
Take another look at the swing. Just watch how Wellington's head stays right down the barrel of the bat. You can see where Flowers is set up away. The pitch was elevated slightly. Wellington's swing, everything about that approach was to hit the ball to the opposite field.
Fastball in, moves Jake Lamb's feet, and Jake's ahead 2-1. Jake had gone 2 for 46 in his previous dozen games before last night, but he had a pair of doubles, drove in 2 runs. So hopefully he's back on track. Leading the Diamondbacks with 77 RBIs this year. Castillo at second, 2 outs and a run in.
Ouch, that hit right in the shin.
Well, Larry Vanover, the crew chief at third, says he went. And Jake saying, hey, that hit me. But David Rackley's not buying it. That's strike 2.
If you swing and get hit, it's a swing. Slider down and in. Got him on the back foot. The question is, did he swing?
Larry Vanover said yes at third.
Ooh, close.
So it's a 2-2 count. And a sore toe for Jake Lamb.
Barking dog.
That's the way things have gone for Jake. Even when he gets hit by a pitch, it's a strike. Fastball missed in, full count 3-2. They're on halfway into the dugout on that one.
This number kind of surprised me a little bit, partner. Maybe you as well. 199 2-out RBIs by the Diamondbacks this year. That ranks 4th in the National League. The Nationals are first, the Cubs, St. Louis Cardinals, and then the D-backs. Jake Lamb looking for number 200 right here.
Yeah, just saw one from Wellington Castillo with that RBI double. But Lamb strikes out. A triple and a double in the inning, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks. Here at the ballpark. Atlanta Braves are playing shorthanded tonight. This was about 10 minutes before first pitch. Jeff Francoeur hugging his teammates after he was traded just before the ball game to the Miami Marlins. So the Braves are playing a man shy tonight.
Yeah, the Rangers are involved in that deal somehow as well. A 3-team deal. Jeff Francoeur heading to South Florida. I for one wish him good luck. I've always liked Jeff Francoeur. We talked about him last night. He always surfaces, takes a minor league contract to go to spring training every year, and always finds his way onto somebody's roster.
So now he's a Miami Marlin. Matt Kemp leads off the second against Zach Greinke, who worked a 1-2-3 first with 2 strikeouts. Drops that slider in for strike 1. Kemp 263, 25 home runs, now 81 RBIs between both the Padres and the Braves. And a couple of hits last night, including a big 3-run double. This was Matt Kemp with his big hit last night in the 8th inning.
A slicer down that right field line. The guy got by Mitch Haniger, cleared the bases, and Kemp ended up at third. They ruled that a double and an error on Mitch Haniger.
Another rough inning for Jake Barrett out of the bullpen for the Diamondbacks. 2-1 now on Kemp. Kemp now with an 8-game hitting streak, and he's batting .344 during his streak. 5 extra base hits. Diamondbacks have 3 infielders on the left-hand side. 2-2 on Kemp. Seen Zach Greinke so far throw some nice changeups and sliders in the ball game. Very different from the arsenal against the Padres last week. And gets on that one, hits a 1-hopper to CO at shortstop. 1 down in the second.
You know, watching Jeff Francoeur say goodbye to his teammates, that's how quickly it can happen in this game. I mean, the Braves are getting ready to play a ball game. The guys that are in the lineup, you know, starting to think about Zach Greinke and how we're going to approach him. And wait, what? Where are you going? You're leaving
right now. I'm out.
Poof.
Yeah. That's the way it is, huh?
Yeah, for a guy like Jeff Francoeur, this is old hat. You know, he's been traded a few times before. He's picked up in the middle of a season and gone from one team to the other. But for some of the younger players over in that Braves dugout, and for the Diamondbacks players as well, the first time one of your teammates gets traded, it's a little shocking. One minute his locker's full of clothes, and the next minute it's empty.
Hey, you want those shoes? 0-1 on Nick Markakis, the Atlanta right fielder.
Going all the way back to the beginning of spring training, you spend, you know, 6, 8, 10 hours a day with these same guys. You go on the road, buses and planes and hotels, and you kind of grow as a family. We hear that all the time. You know, we're a family. We're a family down here. Well, one of your family members just got traded.
How about that little loopy curveball from Greinke? Dropped it in for a strike. Watch this one. This is a Bill Lee Ephus pitch.
Yeah, and watch his reaction after he lets it go. He always gets in great fielding position when he's throwing that backdoor breaking ball, because he knows if it is hit, it's probably going to come right back to him.
He's got everything going tonight. Could be one of those nights for Zach. He's already got 2 strikeouts, and he's ahead of Markakis 1-2. Missed with a fastball. Markakis has 4 hits in the series. He's doubled and knocked in 2 runs. .270 this year with 9 homers. Called strike 3. Rings him up. That's 3 strikeouts for Greinke. 2 down in the second. Hey, fans, with MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, you'll be able to watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply, so check out MLB.TV for all the details. Tyler Flowers, the catcher. Zach Greinke cruising. Flowers 259 and 7 home runs. Oh, and 2. Flowers has 3 hits and a walk in the series so far. He has doubled and driven in 2 runs. And an RBI double in the first last night. Couple of early games in the NL West today. The Rockies lost again in Milwaukee 7-1. Brewers beat them at Miller Park. Padres lost at home to the Cubs 6-3 at Petco. Later tonight, Giants and Dodgers in LA. Johnny Cueto on the mound for San Francisco. And we'll see if Angel Pagan can continue what is a 19-game hitting streak. He would be a good bet for beat the streak tonight. We'll have to get to, we'll wait till the next inning and find out who you picked.
Well, you know who one of them is.
Your boy, Trey Turner.
Yeah.
Boy, he's a player. Boy, the Nationals, though, are getting trounced by Baltimore. That's a 4-game home and home, 2 each, and it's been all Orioles so far. They lead tonight at Nats Park 10-3 in the 8th inning. Fastball missed. Full count on Flowers, 3-2.
Yeah, we watched some of that ball game earlier. That one had a chance to get real chippy. Tanner Roark hit 3 batters in the first 2 innings. Wade Miley hit a batter in the first 3 innings, and you know, when you're taking a whipping like the Nationals are at home, that's when things can get out of hand rather quickly.
Those 2 teams so close to each other. Up the middle and into center, a base hit. First hit for the Braves against Zach Greinke, a 2-out single. So you went with Trey Turner.
Yeah, and I took a real flyer as you get a look at this base hit back up the middle. Good choice that time by Zach Greinke. Just get those legs out of the way. Don't want to take one off the kneecap. And I went with Chase Utley, the Dodgers, just because he had good numbers against Johnny Cueto. You know, Cueto's got all the stuff he does out there, the Tiante and the shimmy shake. And I don't think any of that bothers Chase Utley because he waits so long to get in his set position as a hitter.
You picked a Dodger?
Yeah. Wow. Think long and hard about it, but the way I look at it, Chase Utley is more a Philly to me than a Dodger.
That sounds like a deep, dark rationalization. Jace Peterson, 254. Well, your boy Trey Turner, who again looks like a great young player, 8 for his last 8 in 8 plate appearances. 8 for 8. It's pretty good.
He's been really good for me. He's won every time I picked him.
So you're up to oh, we got to wait for Utley to get his hit or not.
I would jump all the way up to 6 if Chase Utley can get a hit tonight.
You get up into the stratosphere.
Ooh. That's funny. When I got up into double digits last time, my palms started to sweat when I made my picks.
I bet. It's a lot of pressure.
It's hard to get it up into double digits.
Well, Greinke had been cruising, but Flowers had the 3-2 pitch up the middle for a single. Now he's behind on Peterson, 3-0. So back-to-back 3-ball counts for Greinke. Peterson singled, walked, and scored a run last night. He struck out as a pinch hitter on Monday. Back in there at second base. No Dansby Swanson tonight. Chase Darno is the shortstop. Well, a single and a walk, both with 2 outs. Well, that seemed to come out of nowhere.
Yeah. He's been commanding everything so well. Even the at bat by Flowers that ended up in a base hit up the middle of the field. He was throwing his pitches where he wanted. Just couldn't find the zone there to chase Jace Peterson.
So he'll deal with Darno. Did not play last night. He was 0 for 3 Monday. 250 with a home run. Flowers at second, Peterson at first, and 2 outs. Strike 1. Oh, Chris Guccione.
depends on what your interpretation of a swing is, and there's nobody that really has a definitive definition.
Because there's nothing in the rule book about a check swing. It doesn't exist. A fly ball onto right field. Mitch Haniger is out there tonight, and he's got it on a run near the line. Greinke strands two, keeps it a 1-0 D-backs lead.
Or more. Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Michael Bourne, his 5th triple of the year. Wellington Castillo, his 20th double. And the Diamondbacks have a 1-0 lead as Chris Owings is set to lead off the bottom of the second against Braves right-hander Julio Teheran. It'll be Owings, Haniger, and Drury 6, 7, and 8 in the Arizona second. Third of a 4-game set against the Atlanta Braves. Cincinnati Reds are coming in here starting on Friday for 3. And that's when we should see A.J. Pollock for the first time this year. 277 and 2 homers for Chris Owings. So get your tickets, fans. dbacks.com/tickets. And welcome back A.J. Pollock on Friday against Cincinnati. Pitch swinging. High fly ball, shallow right center, and Ciarte drifting over, and he's got it 1 out. AJ's playing one more game tonight with AAA Reno. This was a double he had yesterday against Sacramento, and he has, by all accounts, looked really, really good.
That hold sign at third cost him an RBI.
That's why he's leaving. Mitch Haniger. Mitch Haniger, 267 and 5 RBIs. Mitch 0 for 4 with a strikeout last night, so he's gone hitless now in 3 of his last 4 games. And in 8 games in the big leagues has struck out 10 times in 30 at bats. Well, Mitch has shown an ability to go down and get that slider down and away. If Teheran, who throws that pitch, decides to try and drop one down there, let's see if Haniger can reach down there and poke at it. Left it out over the plate, and Mitch Haniger gets it in the air to Kemp. And that's the second out. Well, he hung one right there.
That slider for Teheran has not been as sharp as we're used to seeing. That's kind of his go-to pitch, especially when he's ahead in the counter if he wants to steal a strike in the middle of the at-bat. Oh, that's another cement mixer on the inside part of the plate. He's fortunate that Mitch Haniger didn't square this one up. I think he caught it out near the end of the bat just enough.
Yeah, that had a hit me sign on it. Brandon Drury. Brandon 256 and 10 home runs. Struck out in his only AB last night. Had a single Monday. Oh, Yasmani Tomas tonight. He left the ball game last night with mid back stiffness, so just a precaution for Yasmani. Give him the day. So you've got Drury in left field and Haniger in right. Brandon gets one in the air, hits it deep to center field. Inciarte looking up, and it's off the wall. Brandon Drury cruises into second with his 21st double. Boy, he smacked that one.
Now, sometimes you don't get crazy excited about a 2-out double to the number 8 hitter because you've got the pitcher making his way to the plate, but that pitcher, Zach Greinke, and he can swing the bat a little bit. RBI opportunity here with 2 outs in the inning. Bang that one off the wall out there in center field.
Brandon drafted by the Atlanta Braves out of high school in Grants Pass, Oregon, back in 2010. He's at second with 2 outs for Greinke. Ten for 41 this year. Chops at that one, and it's 0-1.
Diamondbacks pitchers at the plate this year have the most hits, the most runs, the most stolen base. They've averaged 182 as a group and the 5th fewest strikeouts in the National League.
They've had some productive at bats. There's no question about it. One of these guys have shown they can hit. Patrick Corbin has had a very good year at the plate. Robbie Ray certainly. Greinke's been a good hitter for years now. Down 0-2, however. Tehran's not giving him anything to hit.
He's got a base open.
Ooh. Jam shot pop up behind the screen.
He's as cerebral as a hitter as he is when he's out there on the mound. Pulling into a crouch there, probably trying to think what Tehran might try to do next.
Tehran hits it right to Peterson, though. And Tehran strands the 2-out double. Diamondbacks lead the Braves 1-0. Zach Greinke back out there for the third with a 1-0 lead. The fans, D-backs 2017 season tickets are on sale right now. There's our season ticket headquarters right inside the ballpark here. They're answering all your questions. And you can customize your own ticket plan with a series, a weekend, or a half-season plan, or go all in with full season tickets. And with those come all the benefits. Season ticket holders enjoy the lowest price possible and perks like early entry and exclusive events. Find out more at dbacks.com/season tickets or visit our season ticket headquarters right here at the ballpark. Inside Chase Field, Julio Teheran leads off the third. Once you can do that over the phone, you can come to the ballpark and they'll sit down with you and they'll walk you all over the park and you can try different seats and different angles. But if you go to our season ticket headquarters here, they can give you charts and answer all your questions. It's a lot better than doing it over the phone. You can do it right here in person. Oh, and 2 on the Braves pitcher. Zach Greinke cruised through an easy first inning, 1-2-3 with 2 strikeouts, but then suddenly lost it for just a bit there after he got the first 2 outs in the second. Flowers singled, Peterson walked, he got d'Arnaud to fly out to end it. And now he opens up the third with his 4th strikeout.
Boy, and through the first 2 innings of this game, I like this mix for Zach Greinke. 24 fastballs, 3 curveballs, all for strikes, 6 sliders and 6 changeups. I think that's a real good mix for him when he's commanding the fastball the way he can. Just throw enough off-speed pitches to keep the opposing hitters off balance.
Ender Inciarte grounded out to lead off the ball game. So Ender down on the field today, had a chance to catch up with his friend and former teammate David Peralta. He said earlier this year he's lived his entire life with the Diamondbacks, and it was at first difficult to be traded from Arizona, but now he says he's been gone for a while and it seems like the Diamondbacks are just another team he's got to face. 0-2. I guess everybody at some point you move on and okay, I'm a Brave now or whoever.
And players that have been traded will tell you the initial shock is my team doesn't want me anymore, but then you realize somebody else does. And you always want to know who you were traded for.
Well, there were no secrets about this one. Yeah. Everybody had a say about it. And still does. But like any trade, it's silly to try and analyze it or declare a winner after half a season or even 1 season, especially when you're talking about players that have several years of control. Trades look different as time marches on. Base hit for Inciarte, a 1-out single. A second hit for Atlanta against Zach Greinke.
Ender Inciarte is the kind of hitter that gives Zach Greinke the most trouble because he's not trying to pull the ball out of the ballpark. He's not trying to do anything fancy. He just wants to hit the ball hard somewhere on the ground and try to leg it out at first base. Guys like that tend to be less susceptible to off-speed pitches. They're usually on the fastball, and Inciarte pulled that one through the hole on the right side for a base hit.
Adonis Garcia, a strikeout victim his first time up.
Now, on the other hand, this is a guy I would think Zach Greinke should carve out. Garcia takes a big swing. I mean, he's a good hitter. He's shown really good against the Diamondbacks this year. I think he's going to be a real good hitter for years to come, but he's still a very aggressive hacker. And those are the kind of guys that Zach can usually take advantage of.
Well, Garcia homered Monday, had 3 hits last night, including a double. Right back to the mound. Owens for 1. They roll it. 1-6-3 ends the third. The Gold Glover spins and throws and starts the double play. Right back at you, Zach Greinke. Owens is there. And And the Diamondbacks have a 1-0 lead.
One to nothing Diamondbacks. When Zach Greinke's in the lineup, he's another hitter, and when he's on the field, he's another defender. Fields this comebacker. This is an absolutely perfect feed at second base. Caught Chris Owings right in stride, coming across the bag. A chest-high throw, has nothing to worry about there. As easy a double play as you will ever see. 1-6-3.
Nicely turned by the D-backs infield. Now Gene Segura will lead off the bottom of the third against Julio Teheran. Segura flied out on the first pitch he saw back in the first.
Gene Segura got thumped for the 11th time this year, got hit by a pitch, and we're going to check out where Gene is in that batter's box. He's very close to that inside line, but not as close as some guys. He does hit out of a little bit of a crouch, so that puts his upper body a little bit more in the line of fire. But it just seems ridiculous how many times he's been hit and how many times he's been pitched up and in and was able to get out of the way of those pitches.
Leading the National League in hits, trying to hold off the Dodgers' Corey Seager. Rolls this one to second. Peterson scampers over there, picks it up, throws him out.
I thought perhaps we were missing something. Maybe Gene was standing closer to the plate than we thought, or maybe that upper body was leaning out over into the strike zone, but it didn't appear to be anything out of the ordinary.
This was over the course of this season. This has been a recurring theme. Got hit in the head in Pittsburgh.
That one was a breaking ball.
That was last night. Here's Michael Bourne.
I mean, you can understand it with Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs because he stands with his toe cleats on the inside corner of the plate, and his hands and his upper body hang out over almost into the strike zone, so he's going to get thumped more than the guy that stands in a normal position in the batter's box. But Gene doesn't appear to be overly close to that inside corner.
So is it just that he gets a lot of hits? I mean, he's leading the league.
Yeah, I would assume that the book on Gene is to try to pitch him up and in. That's where we see teams try to get him out. That's where we see teams hit him a lot, 11 times.
Michael Bourne drops that into left center field. Slaps it the other way, and Ciarte cuts it off, and Bourne is 2 for 2. A wild throw into first. Well, the Braves almost threw that one away.
Yeah, Michael Bourne, he's done that a lot lately. Take that pitch away and just slap it out there into left center or left field.
Watch this relay getting the ball back into the infield. This is Ciarte with that big throwing arm he likes to show off. Airmails Peterson, the cutoff man, and threw it all the way into Freddie Freeman at first. He used to get in trouble for doing that here. Here's Goldie. Struck out his first time up. Nice easy slider in there as Bourne holds it first, and it's 1-1. By the way, I checked on your beat the streak during the commercial break, and Chase Utley is 0 for 1.
He's just setting them up.
Giants and Dodgers scoreless in LA. That's Johnny Cueto and Rich Hill. I'm a little conflicted about this pick, frankly.
So am I.
Bourne takes off. He got a big jump, and Goldie fouls it off.
Good base stealers. They know when they have enough of a jump to steal a bag, and I think Michael Bourne thought he was going to steal that one. Goldie got a pitch to his liking and unfortunately fouled it away down that right field line, so Michael's going to have to go back to the bag and start over again.
Tehran, the first time up against Goldie, threw him changeups and sliders, got him to strike out. We'll see what he has for him here on 1 and 2. Fastball up, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Nationals are trying to come back at home against Baltimore. It was 10-3. Now it's 10-8 in the 9th inning. Fastball up and in, backs off Goldie, and it's a full count, 3-2.
What's new? Paul Goldschmidt even gets out of the way of inside pitches the right way.
Just protect those hands.
Turn away, protect those hands.
Fights that one off, a little bloop, that's going to get down, and it does. Michael Bourne will head for third. A bloop single for Goldie.
Tehran came back with another fastball up and in. Goldie just fights it off. Got that ball down near the trademark, but finds grass out there in shallow right field, chasing Michael Bourne all the way around to third base.
Well, Wellington Castillo, his first time up, had a 2-out RBI double. And now he's up there with 1 out, runners in the corners. Bourne at third and Goldie at first. D-backs with 5 hits so far against Julio Tehran. Big loopy curveball, and it's 0-1. Diamondbacks faced Julio Teheran earlier this year. It was at Turner Field in May. And he pitched pretty well. Went just 5 innings. His pitch count got up there over 100. But he allowed only 1 earned run on 5 hits and had 5 strikeouts. Got a no decision. Diamondbacks won the ball game 4-2. Goldie takes off. The throw from Flowers is late. Another stolen base for Paul Goldschmidt, and that's number 20.
We mentioned that Tyler Flowers had issues throwing out opposing base stealers. We can see why now. He really took a long time to wind up and get that ball down to second base. Goldie in with a perfect pop-up slide there. The left foot hitting the bag, stopping his momentum, stays right there.
0-2 on Castillo. Goldie 20 for 25 in his stolen base attempts this year. Oh, all right, this is kind of getting annoying. Teheran has been consistently coming up and in and knocking down Diamondback hitters. One and two. Base hit. Michael Bourne scores. Matt Williams waving Goldie, and he will score. It's 3-0 Diamondbacks. All 3 RBIs. Wellington Castillo.
Well, since July 24th, Wellington Castillo is now 12 for 20 with runners in scoring position. He's driven in 16 runs since the 24th of July. Fastball down that time, kind of rolled over it, but hit it in a good spot. Found that hole in the left side of the infield. Goldie off like a shot. All these outfielders for the Braves can really throw the ball, but that time Goldie had such a good jump at second base, no chance for Kemp to throw to the plate.
That's now 6 RBIs in this series for Wellington Castillo. Here's Jake Lamb, who struck out to end the first.
I don't know if there's anything more satisfying for a hitter after you've been knocked down at the plate to get up out of the dirt, and drive in 2 runs on the next pitch.
Gotta be, right? Teheran tonight throwing a lot of first pitch breaking balls, stealing some early strikes with that slider and curveball. D-backs now with 6 hits. They lead it 3-0. 0-2 on Jake. Jake was saying after the ball game last night, just doesn't feel like he's on time up there. It's either a little too early, a little too late. And the timing has been the thing that he's most focused on right now. Working with Dave Magadan, the hitting coach. Chip Hale says it's a rhythm thing. Jake's rhythm is off right now.
I noticed with his hands the other day, you'll see Jake starts with his hands up high and then drops them down into that slot that he's been using since spring training. But at some point he gets very still. He just stops. It seems to me like when he was swinging the bat well, he always had just a little bit of movement with his hands as he dropped them down right there into the hitting slot. See, he kind of freezes right there momentarily and then gets his bat back and ready to go again. It seemed to me like he kept his hands moving when he dropped them down into that lower slot.
That would be kind of a timing mechanism, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Dave Magadan and Mark Grace and Jake Lamb have spent a lot of time in the video room looking at things like that. That's what you look for. Is your foot getting down? Where's your head? Where are your hands when you start your stride?
Chops at this one. Second baseman Peterson goes to second, and that's all they'll get the force on Castillo. Gonna bring up Chris Owings. CO flying out to center to open up the second. 2 hits in the series. He had a triple in the ball game last night. Jake Lamb at first. 2 outs and 2 runs in. Pops up the bunt. Flowers has it. And that's the end of the inning, but the Diamondbacks add 2 more. They lead it 3-0. Games on TV. You can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app and take Fox Sports Arizona and D-backs baseball with you wherever you go. It's 3-0 Diamondbacks as we start the 4th inning, and Freddie Freeman leads it off against Zach Greinke. Freeman a strikeout victim his first time up. Greinke so far has struck out 4. He's walked 1 and given up just 2 hits, both singles. Freddie Freeman's 0 for last night, snapped an 11-game hitting streak for him. But boy, he has been impressive lately. Last 12 games, he's hit almost .450 with 7 homers and 15 RBIs. And 2 homers here Monday night. D-backs have the shift on for Freeman. Matt Kemp on deck. Missed with a fastball, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Terry Fairplay Finley won't be able to get that one. It Karen backs to Goldie.
Must have had a late scratch.
Yeah, that's a late addition down the right field line. It's like Dick Wrongway Roberson is working left. Two and two. Greinke strikes out Freeman for the 2nd time. There's the slider. That's 5 strikeouts. 2,000 career strikeouts for Zach Greinke. And he becomes the 78th pitcher in baseball history with 2,000 career strikeouts.
Freddie Freeman, a good guy to put in the books for number 2,000 right there. Good slider down underneath the bat.
That'll bring up Matt Kemp, who grounded out his first time up.
The bat boy had to come out of the dugout on the 3rd base side and say, hey, throw me that ball. Probably didn't even realize.
I bet he didn't. That's fouled back. Yeah, we got to keep that souvenir. 2,000 Ks.
I don't know if they do the same thing for pitchers as they do for hitters when they get their first major league hit. You know, they take an old ratty ball and like first major league hit on it. And that one's being authenticated.
Yeah, MLB has official people that do that kind of thing. Put the sticker on it and everything as Kemp flies out to center. Well, they'll do that for almost anything now. You have guys that do that over the course of the ball game. They'll get every foul ball that nobody collects, broken bats, all kinds of things. They'll put those stickers on them, authenticate them, and you can buy them here at the ballpark. They can tell you so and so hit this foul ball. It was on this pitch in this inning against this pitcher.
And Jody Jackson right there to help with the authentication process.
Well, we have to have it verified. Interestingly enough, she's a notary public.
Really?
No, I just made that.
Yeah, you had me.
You want to know. Markakis was a strikeout victim earlier in the ball game. One and one. Boy, that's that Greinke curveball.
This drops from the heavens. Starts shoulder high, ends up knee high.
Boy, the skill that it takes to drop that right at the knee. It's remarkable. And then misses with a fastball away, so it's 2-1 on Markakis. Markakis really having a good year. He's hit .312 since the All-Star break with 4 homers. Already with 4 hits in this series. Zach wanted that one a bit, and again doesn't get it from David Rackley, so it's 3-1. Greinke 60 pitches, 34 strikes. Go back down there. That time they get the call, and the count is full 3-2. Markakis no longer a power hitter despite a couple of 20 homer seasons in Baltimore. But still gets more than his share of extra base hits. That's a fair ball. Goldie's got it, and Zach Greinke works an easy 1, 2, 3, 4th. He's got a 3-0 lead. T-Mobile, a look around the rest of the National League West. Padres losers at home today. They were beat by the Cubs 6-3. The Rockies trounced by the Brew Crew at Miller Park 7-1. We're keeping a close eye on that Giant Dodger game. Bob Brenly trying to play beat the streak again. He's already got a base hit from the Nationals' Trey Turner. And against all of our better judgment, he's gone with Chase Utley. And Utley so far in that ball game 0 for 1, no score. That is Cueto and Hill. Angel Pagan, by the way, now 0 for 2 with a 19-game hitting streak. 0 for 2 if you picked Angel Pagan. Mitch Haniger leads off the 4th. Somebody here, I won't say who, has picked Angel Pagan and is an enthusiastic beat the streak player. Not Bob Brenly. One of the people behind the scenes. Yeah. You know, we don't want to divulge an identity, but we've nicknamed him the Cooler. And if he ends Angel Pagan's 19-game hitting streak, he's going to have to walk around with that embroidered on his chest. By the way, we have an update from the great Noah Berlin on our Golden Glovers. It turns out that was indeed a Rapid Robert Balderrama working right field today. We had an erroneous report that it was Terry Fairplay Finley, but there is Rapid Robert working the right field line tonight. And Dick Wrongway Roberson is in left field.
Yeah, and once again, I think we've got the wrong-handed defenders on the wrong side of the field.
Golden Glover analytics.
But you know, it's late scratch. You got to go with what you have. I think the lefty should be down the right field line and the righty down the left field line.
So I had to make a late call to Rapid Robert, get him down here. There's Dick Roberson. Well, he is nicknamed Wrongway after all, so he's in the wrong spot. 1-2 on Mitch Haniger.
Terry Finley, I'm told, was scratched with mid-back tightness.
He was watching the Olympics. 2-2. Are those over, by the way? Did that end?
I think it did.
Yeah. Okay. I came home from the road trip, and the wife was watching it, and there was like a dancing Garanimal Gumby thing in the closing ceremonies all over. There was like 100 of them. Lights were going off. What is this? Oh, the closing ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
3-2. Ground ball shortstop for d'Arnaud.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Brandon Drury now. Brandon doubled his first time up back in the second. We were talking about trades earlier and how it's kind of silly to declare somebody a winner on the day the trade is made, or even over the course of that season, especially when it involves more than one player and a bunch of prospects. And you look at the Justin Upton trade a few years ago. That brought Brandon Drury here. It brought Randall Delgado here. It brought Nick Ahmed here. Martin Prado. And when you looked at that trade, wow, they gave up a lot. Or the Braves to get Justin Upton, but Upton played there a couple of years, didn't do a whole lot. Now he's in Detroit. He was in San Diego before, and the Diamondbacks, in a sense, with that deal, restocked at a bunch of different positions. Randall Delgado's been terrific in the bullpen for several years now. We know what Nick Ahmed can do. Brandon Drury looks like a terrific young player. Got to give these things some time. 2-0 pitch. That's a strike, 2-1. Over the head of Matt Williams at third, and there goes Wrongway. Boy, he's really testing the limits of his range.
Nicely done. Wrong way.
The great Dick Roberson down there. Sometimes when you give it to the youngsters, the little ones, they throw it back.
Or try to take a bite out of it.
One or the other. Pops straight up in the air. Who wants it? Freeman. No, it'll be Adonis Garcia. They had that thing surrounded. Two down now for Greinke. We were talking about Julio Teheran and the fact that he's only 3-9 this year, but he was an all-star and pitching to a 2.90 ERA. His walks per 9 innings right now a career low. His strikeout rate just about at a career high. But when you're pitching on the last place team and you put up numbers like that, it always comes down to one thing, and that's run support. And he is at the very bottom of the major league list in terms of run support. Barely over 2.5 runs per game every time he's out there. Greinke gets that up in the air and gives it a ride. Deep left field. That kept at the wall and has got it. Just a little too much ballpark for Zack Greinke. And Teheran is out of the fourth. Diamondbacks lead the Braves 3-0. He just missed that one.
know, of course, with rosters expanding soon, there will be plenty of players in the dugout. But when you talk about the guys that have been on the Major League roster this year and been up here with this club, they are rehabbing. And at the top of the list, of course, Shelby Miller, demoted on July 14th. But he's starting in Reno one more time, and the expectation is after that he will be up here. He's been pretty good his last 4 outings, the ERA 2.54. Ruby De La Rosa starting in the rookie league on Sunday. Andrew Chafin feels good. Side session Friday. Nick Ahmed surgery tomorrow. And guys, with the addition, of course, of Shelby Miller, when that happens, eventually Ruby De La Rosa has to get up to those 70 pitches, though. You know, Chip Hill talking about some options with limiting a guy like Archie Bradley or Robbie Ray. Innings-wise, you know, they may skip a start here or there. They may even split games using 2 starters in 1 game. A lot of options going forward.
Yeah, that would put Jody Shelby Miller on track to maybe start one of those 2 games next week at San Francisco against the Giants. There's a check swing foul by Tyler Flowers. So we'll see.
Yeah, that process of using 2 starting pitchers in the same game is something that's very common in the minor leagues. Happens all the times when a guy's on a pitch limit or coming back from an injury. You'll have one starter start the game, and once he hits his pitch limit, you've got the other starter ready to come in right behind him.
Fly ball along the right field line. Golding in foul ground. Nobody does that better. One away in the 5th. Is it hard to manage in the minor leagues when I mean, winning the game at some points it seems almost secondary. Guys have to get at bats and pitch so many innings, and I need you to use this guy at this position and this guy at that position.
A lot of it is scripted. Which guys are going to get the at bats, which guys are going to get the innings pitched, and sometimes that's above your pay grade as a minor league manager. You're just told what to do, when to put them in, when to take them out.
By the way, Chase Utley now 0 for 2. 0 for 2. A lot of ball game left. Giants and Dodgers scoreless in LA. Chase Peterson walked his first time up.
He's got to be about the closest thing to an off day when you're in the lineup as there can be for Wellington Castillo. I mean, it's the first ball I can remember he's had to go down and block in the dirt. Last night he blocked about 15 pitches per inning.
Yeah, Archie had him working pretty hard, especially in the first 2 innings.
I mean, when Zach misses his spot, it's usually just a matter of a couple of inches and usually in his favor. He doesn't leave a lot of pitches over the middle of the plate. If he's trying to hit the outside corner, he's going to miss a little farther off the corner. We've seen Welly recently set up low and inside and have to jump high and away to catch pitches, vice versa. He really had to be agile back there behind the plate, but catching a guy like Zach, he's going to be right around that target all night long.
I imagine most of the work is the mental exercise and trying to think along with him.
That's a good point. Because he has a very definitive idea of what he wants to do 2 or 3 pitches ahead of the at bat.
Well, he's just not going to get that fastball strike call from David Rackley tonight. And it's a full count 3-2. 70 pitches, 41 for strikes. And that's the second walk of the ball game. Both times it's been Jace Peterson, the second baseman. There were some pitchers back in the day, maybe there still are, that used to call their own pitches out there, right?
Oh, sure, sure.
They had their own set of signals.
Yeah, I mean, simplified version, whatever the catcher would call for, the pitcher would either add or subtract. This can get a little deep, but if I call for a 1, I want a fastball, and the pitcher wants to throw a curveball, which is the number 2, he would wipe his glove once across his chest, above the belt. Above the belt is add, below the belt is subtract. Call for a slider, which is a number 3, and he wants to throw a fastball, he would just wipe twice down his leg, subtracting 2, goes back to the fastball, number 1. It was a lot easier to do it that way than just have the pitcher stand out there and shake his head until you fortunately landed on the right pitch.
We'll keep an eye on Wellington Castillo, bottom left there.
Quick slider.
What was it? Your first game, was it in the minor leagues or the major leagues? I forget when I forget who the pitcher was who sat you down and said, "Okay, here's what I'm going to throw, kid."
Well, Doyle Alexander was the one.
Well, that was it. Yeah.
Oh, about gave me a stroke.
He had a whole nother language.
Yeah, he really did. You know, back in the day, you would go down the line and run your sprints and play catch, and then you would go down and catch maybe the last 10 or 15 pitches from the starting pitcher that night, just to see what he was throwing and everything. And first time I ever caught Doyle Alexander anywhere were those 15 pitches in the bullpen. We walked back to the dugout at Candlestick Park, and he might as well have been talking Greek. He said, I'm going to use 2-5 fastballs. I'm going to add above the belt and subtract below the belt. I didn't know what any of it meant. I had no idea. And I didn't want to sound like a dummy, so I just, okay, sure thing, Doyle, we'll get him. I went in the dugout, and I mean, I had smoke coming out of my ears. What did he say? 2-5 fastball? What in the world is that?
What is a 2-5 fastball?
Well, that's another set of signs you use, you know, where 2 is a fastball, 5 is a fastball. 1's a curve, 3's a slider, 4 is a change. It's just to kind of throw the numbers a little askew so that guys at second base couldn't steal them as easily. But at the time, you know, I was used to first sign, second sign, go get them. And he dropped that on me walking in from the bullpen. And for the first 2 innings of the game, I would just put down fingers until he shook his head yes. And I had no idea what was coming. And fortunately, Doyle didn't throw hard enough to fool me, you know, behind the plate. He fooled a lot of hitters, but
boy, he had about 9 different pitches.
Oh, man, he could make his curveball break 2 different directions. He had a whole bucket load of pitches.
Well, Greinke has gone to a full count on back-to-back hitters now. He walked Peterson, 3-2 on Chase Darno. Peterson got a big jump. That pitch is ball 4. Back-to-back walks with 1 out in the 5th.
I did go to my catching partner Milt May after the ball game and said, listen, Doyle said something to me walking in from the bullpen. I don't know what he was talking about. And you know, that's where the veteran leadership, the veteran mentorship really takes hold. You know, I was just a dumb young catcher coming up from the minor leagues, used to very, very simple things. And you get up to the big league level, and all of a sudden everything's a little more complicated, a little more detailed, and it took a while to get up to speed.
I remember what Oscar Hernandez went through last year. You could see him talking with Glenn Sherlock, and Oscar would say, all right, wait, tell me that again.
Yeah.
What?
Run that by me one more time.
Yeah. There's Sherles. Nothing he doesn't know about catching.
Not a thing. I mean, he has been here since day one, and I've said it a million times. There's a reason he handles the catching staff so well.
Well, sort of odd inning for Greinke. This is the lower portion of the Braves order, but he got Flowers to pop up. Back-to-back walks. Here's the pitcher. Teherano squares to bunt. Goldie charges from first, but it's foul. So things have gone off the rails just a bit for Zach. We saw this in the second inning as well. He got the first 2 batters, and Flowers singled. He walked Peterson before Darno flied out. And once again, he's hit a bump in the road. Goldie creeping in from first. He's almost halfway. He'll come in a little bit more as Greinke delivers the pitch. Lamb kitty corner at third.
Well, Zach Greinke, when he got into his stretch position, turned all the way around and looked over his right shoulder at Paul Goldschmidt and the runner over there at first base. I think he wasn't quite sure what bunt defense play the Diamondbacks have on here with 1 out in the inning in an obvious sack bunt situation.
Here comes Goldie, pops it up, but it's back to the screen. 0-2 now on Teheran.
Teheran is usually pretty good at getting down sack bunts. 8 on the year.
Greinke has still given up just 2 hits. He's walked 3, struck out 5. 0-2.
This is just the traditional first and second bunt defense. The first baseman charges. The pitcher's responsible for anything on the third base side of the field, and Jake Lamb, the third baseman, has to read the bunt. If he thinks Zach can get to it, he retreats back to third base in case there's a play there.
Goldie's got it. Now move the runners along. 2 outs. 3-4 on the sacrifice.
That's usually the #1 play for every team. That's just a standard traditional bunt defense play with runners at first and second. And if you have a good fielding pitcher like Zack Greinke on the mound, that's the play you should probably run all the time, because he can field everything on that left side of the infield and many times will get the lead runner at third base.
Now he's got some work to do with Peterson at third, d'Arnaud at second, 2 outs, and here's Ender Inciarte, who singled this last time up, 1 for 2. Ender hitting .345 since the All-Star break. Already with 4 hits in the series. Whoa, 67 on the big loopy curveball.
And once again, watch how Zack jumps off the left side of the mound here. He'll release this slow curve. He knows if Ender hits it, it's going to be to the right side, and his momentum is carrying him to that right side. That was a balloon.
Just floated back down into the strike zone. Oh, he shoots it fair down the left field line. Peterson scores, d'Arnaud right behind. Brandon Drury has it in the corner. It's a 2-run double for Ender Inciarte and a 3-2 D-backs lead. So both walks in the inning issued by Zack Greinke come in.
Third baseman, Adonis Garcia.
Oh, that's nice hitting right there by Ender Inciarte. He got a pitch up out over the plate. Talked about it in his last at bat. He's the kind of guy that will give Zack fits up there because he's not trying to do too much. He just wants to put the ball in play somewhere, and this time it's right inside that third base line for a couple of RBIs.
That'll bring up Adonis Garcia, the third baseman. He's 0 for 2. Fastball up and in. Garcia has hit safely in 7 straight games and 11 of his last 12. That's a foul ball. 0-2 on Garcia. Boy, you were talking about him being a free swinger his last time up. He swung at 2 pitches now that were under his neck. Not a patient hitter.
No.
Didn't go, says Chris Guccione. Greinke creeping up on 90 pitches.
Good location for an 0-2 slider. Definitely don't want to make a mistake in the zone where Garcia could do some damage. Maybe he'll chase a pitch low and away. That time able to check his swing.
Base for Lamb, sets and throws. A strike right to Goldie. But Ender Inciarte comes up with a 2-out, 2-run double. Diamondbacks have a 3-2 lead. Is available at the ballpark right now. Diamondbacks lead the Braves, and we're joined by the lovely Vanessa in our booth here. And we have a lot for you here tonight. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Now, I notice you're wearing your D-backs batting practice pullover.
Yes.
We're going to hand those out coming up on Saturday before the alumni game, which is before the game against the Reds. So 2:30 for the alumni game. You have to get here early. First 20,000. We hand out the batting practice pullover. This is courtesy of Sanderson Ford.
I think they're going to go fast.
It's a great item.
Yeah.
It's a unique item, too. I don't recall ever seeing a batting practice pullover at any ballpark.
Okay. Give me 1 second, guys.
Oh, where are you going? She left. Poof. Well, she's got a whole routine planned out. Well, Jean Segura leads off the fifth. He's 0 for 2 so far.
Celine Dion concert. She's changing.
I know, changes outfits. Now she's back with a new outfit on. How about that? So the alumni game coming up, the D-backs batting practice pullover, courtesy of Sanderson Ford. That's this Saturday. Now you're wearing our Los D-backs soccer jersey. This is courtesy of Pepsi.
And this is going to be given away September 10th, Hispanic Heritage Day. We also have a fun APS festival in the beginning, right? Of the
Pre-game street festival. That's the Diamondbacks and the Giants. First 20,000 fans coming up on September 10th. Presented by Bud Light.
And this one, the soccer jerseys by Pepsi.
Brought to you by Pepsi. Street festival by. Yeah, that was like Clark Kent Superman deal.
I had to do double duty because Mike's not here today.
Well.
So you know.
I got no problem with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
the lovely Vanessa.
Thanks, guys.
Nice work. 1-2 on Segura. Fly ball, deep center field. This one's going. And it's gone. Jean, the hitting machine. That's number 12. And the Diamondbacks stretch the lead to 4-2. 12 home runs. That ties a career high. And that's RBI number 50, which also ties a career high.
Another slider, not a horrible pitch down there around the knees, but that pitch has been hit hard in this game when Tehran has left it in the strike zone, and this one no exception. Jean Segura goes down, digs it out. It's a long way out there just to the left of straightaway center.
Michael Bourne, who has tripled and singled, scored twice.
Well, Jean Segura had 11 home runs in the 2014-2015 season combined. 12 this year.
12 matches the career high set 3 years ago when he was an all-star with the Brewers. A jumbo jack, a free jumbo jack tomorrow with the purchase of a large drink from our friends at Jack in the Box.
He's also had 3 more doubles this year than he had in 14 and 15 combined.
One and two on Bourne.
And perhaps the biggest increase, almost 100 points in his on-base percentage.
And Segura hitting almost 350 since the All-Star break. Full count, 3-2. Michael had 3 hits in the series opener on Monday, and he's 2 for 2 tonight. Tehran gets the strikeout. That's his 3rd of the ball game. 1 down here in the 5th. Here's Goldie. Goldie has struck out, singled, stolen a base, and scored a run. Another pitch, up and in. Tehran's been doing that all night long. 2-1. Julio Teheran tonight making his second start since he returned from a DL stint that had kept him out since the end of July. He was on the shelf with a lat muscle strain in his back, his first ever trip to the disabled list. He almost put him right back on it with that one. Bangs it right back up the middle. Goldie 2 for 3.
Twice tonight he's knocked down a Diamondbacks hitter. Once Wellington Castillo got up off the deck and drove in 2 with a base hit. This time Goldie gets knocked off the plate and hits one right back at the Braves pitcher. I used to say that about Steve Garvey back in our playing days. Don't knock him down. Don't upset him.
Garvey?
You just pitch to him.
Oh, because he'd get you.
Because if you knocked him off the plate, he would jump up in the air, get back in that box, and the next pitcher was going to get lined right back to the pitcher's mouth.
Well, if you hit him in the forearm, he wouldn't feel a thing.
Not a thing. Wouldn't even leave a mark.
Castillo has doubled, singled. He's knocked in 3. Goldie takes off, and that ball is yanked foul. Oh boy, Goldie got a jump. He's already got 1 stolen base tonight. He's like, where's the ball? What happened? Well, you got to go back. His stolen base earlier was his 20th of the year. Wellington already with 3 doubles and 6 RBIs in the series. Is another one. Kemp is out there. He's got it. 2 outs.
Hey fans, we invite you to participate in Gila River game nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks located right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
The match game is a hot item here in the ballpark. It's one of the highlights of every night.
All the fans get involved in the match game.
Yeah, you better be good at it. Otherwise, you're going to hear it. Here's Jake Lamb. Jake has struck out, reached on a fielder's choice 0 for 2. Had a couple of doubles in the ball game last night. Jake was saying, you know, it's funny because, you know, earlier this year he was one of the hottest hitters in the game, but he's said he can go from 4 weeks ago when he didn't think anybody could get him out, and then right now it's just not going too well. Hitting 192 since the All-Star break. That's the way the game works. Tom Selleck once said that in the movie, right? Yeah, there's high tide, then there's low tide, then there's high tide again.
Tom would know.
Mr. Baseball.
It does feel that way, though, as somebody that's been on both ends of that spectrum. When it's going good, it doesn't matter if a combination of Sandy Koufax, Don Drysdale, Doc Gooden, take your pick. I can hit any of them. Just put them out there. Throw the ball. I'm going to hit it. Then you get on the other side of that spectrum, and you could have Mrs. Drysdale tossing the ball underhanded to you, and you still couldn't hit it.
I know Ann Meyer's a pretty good athlete.
Yeah, she is. I just thought of that. As soon as I said it, I knew that was wrong. She'd probably strike me out, too.
She might be here tonight. Mercury are back in action this week. Oh, that's a strike, apparently. David Rackley back there. Oh, man.
Gila River game night. Strike or not strike?
Spin the wheel. Don't let Zach Greinke see that. Goldie takes off again, and Lamb launches one high in the air. Deep right field. Marquez at the wall, and it's gone. Jake Lamb high and deep and out of here. That's his 25th. And it's 6-2 D-backs. He's starting to come around. 2 doubles last night. That's home run number 25, and it's tacos for everybody.
He hits this one a mile in the air to right field. Wasn't sure if it had enough to sneak over that fence. Markakis, a really good defender out there in right field, was ready to climb the wall, but he had to buy a ticket to catch that one. Nicely done.
That's tacos.
And a jumbo jack.
Yeah, fast food trifecta. We're on the way.
On the way.
I'll have to use my David Peralta bobblehead, which is coming up in September. It's a good looking bobblehead right there. Chris Owings.
Come on, Jake.
Jake now leads the team, 79 RBIs. 2-0 on COs, 0 for 2. So 2 D-backs homers in this 5th inning against Julio Teheran. Segura's 12th. A solo shot, and Lamb's 25th, a 2-run homer. 2-2 on Chris Owings. D-backs have now out-hit Atlanta 9-3. For Jake Lamb, his first home run since August 7th, 59 plate appearances. Chris skies this one to right center field. Inciarte drifting over there. And that's the inning. But tacos for everybody. 2 D-backs homers in the 5th. Segura starts it off deep to center. And then Lamb skies one to right. It's 6-2 Diamondbacks.
Location of these pitches. Zach is only 6'2", only 6'2", but he really gets the ball going downhill well. His fastball has good downward plane. That curveball has tremendous 12-6 break.
Well, so far he's given up 2 runs on 3 hits. He has walked 3 and struck out 5. He's punched out Freddie Freeman twice so far, and Freeman leads off the 6th. Speaking of home runs, guess who just homered for the Reno Aces tonight? A.J. Pollock, a 3-run home run.
Wow.
The Governor reporting that one during the commercial break. Greg Schulte working D-backs radio just to our right here with Tom Candiano. A.J. expected back here Friday. Get your tickets, dbacks.com. Diamondbacks and Reds. Should have A.J. Pollock back for that ball game. That'll be a fun night here. Freeman reaches down with that big wingspan, lifts it the other way, but right to Brandon Drury. That's the first out in the 6th.
Well, if you can get a good hitter like Freddie Freeman to take swings like that, you're doing something right. Really off balance, just kind of flipped at that ball. Did hit a line drive out to Brandon Drury and left, but if you can get him taking those kinds of swings, you're making really good pitches.
Here's Matt Kemp, who's 0 for 2. Kemp's got an 8-game hitting streak on the line. He's hitting .344 during that streak. 5 extra base hits. And a 3-run double in the ball game last night. Out in front of that slider, and it's 0-1. By the way, our beat the streak updates. Bob Brenly trying to get to 6.
Yeah.
Chase Utley, who you already have a hit with Trey Turner. Nationals lost at home to the Orioles 10-8. You've also picked Chase Utley, who was 0 for 2. Dodgers lead the Giants 1-0. They're in the 5th inning in LA. And our unknown behind-the-scenes person, who we will call the Cooler, who picked Angel Pagan on a 19-game hitting streak. So far, Pagan 0 for 3. The Cooler is in effect.
Dr. Freeze.
2-2. Let's see. Justin Turner, home run is the only run of the ball game so far. Giants and Dodgers. Turner's 24th of the year came off Johnny Cueto. Yep, muscles that one over the head of Segura. Only beats the shift that time by hitting over it. And Matt Kemp has now hit safely in 9 straight. Hey fans, to stay up to date with the D-backs this season, home and the road, check out Fox Sports Arizona's social media platforms. They're on Facebook, the Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, the whole thing. You'll find exclusive videos, photos, interviews, game previews, analyses, and interaction you won't find anywhere else. That's Fox Sports Arizona's social media platforms. Nick Markakis. Maybe what we need to do is just have the Cooler go hang around the visiting dugout here at Chase Field.
We need to find a way for him to use his powers for good.
That's right. Instead of his own selfish personal gain. You know, just have him lean against the dugout railing down there. Just sort of let that Cooler aura just feed off him, and maybe.
Hey, Freddie, how you doing?
Looking good tonight. Oh, Markakis gets a hold of one and drives it to deep right center. That's off the wall. He just missed a homer. Kemp being waved home by Bo Porter. Throw is offline. Greinke backs up, and Markakis will stay put at second with an RBI double. Ooh, another 2 feet or so, and that's in the pool area. That's Nick Markakis' 5th hit in this series and his 3rd RBI.
Middle of the plate fastball. Didn't get that one down quite where he wanted it. Bangs it off the wall out there in right field. Michael Bourne played that carom off the wall perfectly. Still made a throw to the plate on Matt Kemp. Unfortunately, a little bit late and offline.
Mike Butcher to the mound. Bullpen will get busy for the Diamondbacks. Looks like Randall Delgado has started warming up down there. Look inside the Sanderson Ford bullpen. So Randall pitched 1 inning in the ball game last night, but he threw only 9 pitches. And he pitched in Monday's series opener as well. David Rackley out to break this up.
Zach Greinke's made some pitches over the heart of the plate tonight, but the Braves hitters have either fouled him off or put him into play weakly, taken him for called strikes. That's the first time that Zach has made a pitch right in the middle of the plate that a Braves hitter really put a charge on.
The catcher Tyler Flowers has singled and popped up. He's 1 for 2. And he knocks one into left. This will get Markakis home to make it 6-4. The RBI single for Flowers. 3 straight hits for the Braves against Zach Greinke.
Breaking ball.
Second baseman,
Flowers looked like he was expecting something off speed that time. When you're right on a breaking ball that's that good, and that was a good curveball working its way toward the bottom of the zone, that tells me that he went to the plate looking for something off speed and got it and did not miss it.
Atlanta got 2 in the 5th, now 2 more in the 6th. It's a 6-4 D-backs lead, still just 1 out. And here's the second baseman, Jace Peterson, who has walked twice so far. First pitch changeup, and it's 0-1. Greinke 100 pitches, 60 strikes.
Given the fact he only threw 43 pitches in an inning and 2/3 at Fenway Park 2 starts ago. Last time out he threw 90 pitches for 7, so I think you could probably extend him a little bit if you wanted to.
Reaches out and knocks that down, and they will be able to get one at least. Peterson runs well, gets up the line. Greinke knocked that down, kept his head about him, and immediately went to second base and try and turn 2.
Heads up right there. You figure the runner at first is going to freeze on a line drive, which Flowers did over there at first base. So Zach knew he still had time to get the force play at second. No chance to turn a double play right there. You see Flowers freeze on the line drive.
Chase Darno, the shortstop, walked and scored his last time up. He's 0 for 1. Pitch swinging, skies it to center for Bourne. But the Braves get 2 more. Diamondbacks lead at 6-4. Chip Hale and Zach Greinke. Greinke spot due up 3rd in this inning. With the Diamondbacks leading the Braves, bottom 6 now. Nobody sees sports quite the way Colin Cowherd and Jason Whitlock do. They have the brains to know And the guts to say, catch Colin and Jason for FS1's new daily sports talk show. Speak for yourself weekdays at 3 o'clock only on FS1. 6-4 D-backs lead as Mitch Haniger leads off the home half of the sixth against Julio Teheran. Haniger so far has flied out, grounded out 0 for 2. Mitch has gone hitless now in 3 of his last 4 games. Just got a little chilly in here. Base hit for Haniger. Rolls it into center. I sense a disturbance in the force.
It's like one of those breath mint commercials. He walked in the room and the temperature dropped 10 degrees.
Brandon Drury now.
Haniger's going to leg this out. Even if Peterson's able to come up with that ball, he's out in shallow center field by the time he got to the spot.
Brandon doubled in the second. He's 1 for 2. That's going to be it for Greinke. Here comes Ricky Weeks Jr. in the on deck circle. Pitcher spot up next. 0-1. Brandon didn't like that call too much. There's Ricky. So Zach Greinke, 4 runs on 6 hits. He walked 3 and struck out 5. Went 6 innings. And along the way picked up his 2,000th career strikeout.
They have been so good through the first 4 innings of the ball game. Gave up only 2 hits through 62 pitches through the first 4, but in innings 5 and 6 he gave up 4 runs on 4 hits and threw 40 pitches.
First 5 batters he had 3 strikeouts. It looked like he was going to throw a no-hitter. He looked tremendous, and he had everything working tonight. Curveball, slider, changeup, fastball. But they'll pull the plug here in the bottom of the 6th. Randall Delgado still warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. 0-2 on Brandon Drury.
We'll see the sequence of pitchers that come in out of the Diamondbacks bullpen. You may recall early this season it was Clippard to Hudson to Ziegler. Now it appears it's Delgado, probably to Hudson, probably to Burgos, but we'll have to wait and see.
Randall Delgado has worked in both games in this series so far. Tom Candiotti was making a case for that on the Snake Talk radio program last night after the ball game, that Randall Delgado, the way he's pitched as of late especially, maybe you want to start thinking about him in the 7th or 8th inning. It's a double play ball here. Darno, Peterson, they roll it 2 down. Downstairs to Jody. Hold on, Ricky Weeks coming back now, and Phil Gosselin will hit. Okay, Jody.
Yeah, Steve, you're right. Randall Delgado has earned some time in more high leverage situations later in the game. That's what Chip Hill said today. Also, he said he feels Edwin Escobar could be in that role. He said it's been a little confusing at times. Edwin's been kind of a long man when they've needed it. Randall as well. But we could see those guys later in the game.
All right, thanks. So it will not be Weeks Jr. He's been recalled, and Phil Gosselin steps up. Phil hitting .273 with 2 home runs. Struck out as a pinch hitter last night. Slider is in there for strike 1. Segura, who homered his last time up, is on deck if Gosselin can reach. Phil, 62 plate appearances as a pinch hitter this year, batting .259 with a homer. Got another slider. That time he's able to lay off, and it's 1-2. Dodgers lead the Giants 1-0. Bottom of the 6th. Chase Utley will lead off the inning for LA. So far, Utley 0 for 2 with a strikeout. 100 pitches for Tehran, 68 strikes, and Gosselin dunks it into left. Pinch hit single for Phil. That'll get Segura to the plate with 2 outs.
Talk about hitting a mistake. That time Tehran left one up over the inside part of the plate. Phil Gosselin ripped it into left field for a base hit. He knows he missed his spot that time.
Segura's homer in the 5th is 12th of the year. RBI number 50. Those numbers are both career highs. He's equal career highs in homers and RBIs. This was Gene Segura 1 inning ago. His 5th hit in the series. Over his last 17 games, Segura is hitting better than 400 with 14 extra base hits. It's one thing to be leading the league in hits like he is, but more often than not, they're extra base hits. No seeing eye singles here. He's finding gaps and hitting them down the lines. Tehran has been coming in there all night against right-handers. Gosselin heads for second, and Gene fouls that one away. Bullpen busy for the Braves with Tehran at 105 pitches. Trying to get through this 6th inning. Pitcher spot will lead off the 7th for Atlanta. Gosselin holds at first, and Segura knocks that foul behind Matt Williams at 3rd.
Only Brian Dozier of the Minnesota Twins has more extra base hits in the month of August than Gene Segura. Dozier with 19, Segura with 15.
This just in from Dodger Stadium. Chase Utley 0 for 3.
He says he grounded out sharply. Not much
as impressive as that may be, it's still an 0 for 3.
No points.
As is Angel Pagan. Beat the streak fever continues. Gosselin takes off for second, but Segura strikes out. And Tehran is through 6. But the Diamondbacks lead the Braves 6-4. It's D-backs baseball, Chase Field on a Wednesday night in downtown Phoenix. 6-4. Hey fans, get your tickets now. D-backs and Dodgers, a 4-game series here. September 15th through the 18th. Then on the 17th, the first 20,000 fans in the ballpark. That's a Saturday, September 17th. Get this David Peralta bobblehead, courtesy of Ram Trucks. For tickets, visit dbacks.com. We have the freight train bobblehead right here.
Nice.
This is a great look at this. Yeah, you get a better angle.
Close look at it.
It's got the Peralta pose at home plate. That's a great looking bobblehead. So that's coming up on September 17th. First 20,000 fans against the Dodgers, courtesy of Ram Trucks. Dansby Swanson will hit for Julio Teheran. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks is the former Brave, Randall Delgado. Your Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change. Randall worked a pair of scoreless innings in this series already. He pitched Monday and Tuesday. And he's been outstanding lately. His last 11 appearances, he's given up just 1 run on 4 hits. So Swanson hits for the pitcher. 6 major league games under his belt. He's hitting .292. Had his first big league RBI last night. And he's got 3 hits in the series, all singles. One and 2 on Dansby Swanson. Delgado strikes him out. Good start for Randall. 1 down in the 7th.
Randall getting the ball going downhill. High arm angle, high 3/4 delivery, and just powers it down there below the knees. And keep in mind Brian Snitker with Jeff Francoeur being traded this afternoon, or right before game time, as a matter of fact. Swanson pinch hitting there for the pitcher spot. He only has his backup catcher Anthony Recker and Gordon Beckham available off the bench.
Braves playing shorthanded tonight. They traded Jeff Francoeur to Miami just before the start of the ball game. He was in uniform in the dugout about 10 minutes before first pitch when he found out. Inciarte 2 for 3, a single, and last time up a 2-run double. So he's got 5 hits in the series. Trying to bunt for a base hit. Drops down a good one. Lamb charges. Barehand throw, but no chance to get Inciarte. He's now had base hits in his last 3 at bats.
That's a big part of his arsenal right there. After slapping the ball down the third baseline in his previous at bat. Puts that ball in a perfect spot. Randall had no chance. Jake Lamb calls him off, but with Ender speed, it's too much time had elapsed.
Now the thumpers come up for Atlanta. We'll start with Adonis Garcia. Inciarte at first base and 1 out. Garcia 0 for 3. Had a home run here Monday. And 3 hits in the ball game last night. Freeman behind him, and then Matt Kemp. Dodgers lead the Giants 1-0 in LA. They're in the 7th inning. Everything else is final on the major league schedule tonight. Rockies lost at Milwaukee 7-1. Padres beaten at home 6-3 by the Cubs. Boy, Garcia will swing at anything inside.
Just make sure you get it in there.
Yeah.
A little bit like Tomas in that respect. He'll swing at just about anything. Inner third of the plate, inside corner, off the plate inside.
Adonis Garcia, originally signed by the Yankees out of Cuba back in 2012. So they have that in common as well, both native Cubans. Garcia broke into the big leagues last year as a 30-year-old rookie. just keep pounding him in. He's got a 7-game hitting streak on the line right here.
Both these teams into the bullpen now. That's going to add to their August totals. In the month of August, most innings pitched by relief pitchers. The Dodgers leading the pack with 86 1/3. Then the Brewers 1 out behind at 86. And then you've got the Braves and the Diamondbacks in 3rd and 4th place for most innings out of the bullpen in the month of August.
Well, you've got the dangerous left-hand hitter Freddie Freeman on deck. Steve Hathaway, the lefty, warming up with the Diamondback bullpen. 2-2 to Adonis Garcia. So we'll see how Chip Hale wants to play this. He'll have his lefty ready for Freeman. Should Freeman get up there? Phone rings. Garvin Alston standing by. There's Steve Hathaway, the rookie lefty. Garcia free swinging up there. First base occupied. That's the strikeout. Delgado's second in this inning. And Freeman will be the hitter. Here comes Chip Hale.
You've heard hitting coaches talk about shortening up with 2 strikes. This is not it.
You're right.
He's trying to hit that ball up in Friday's Front Row restaurant.
We'll see if Chip will let Randall face Freeman or go with the matchups. And he will take the baseball, and Steve Hathaway on his way in. We'll take a break from Chase Field. D-backs lead the Braves 6-4.
It's time to take a look at our Geico This Day in Baseball History. We go back to 2006. Sean Casey hit a line drive at third base, and he thought the third baseman caught it. Well, he didn't. The ball ricocheted off the glove out into left field, and Casey, in his frustration, thought the line drive had been caught. By the time he realizes it's out in left field, he motors down the line and just gets thrown out at first base by the left fielder.
And he's been wearing that ever since.
Yeah, he has.
Steve Hathaway to face Freddie Freeman, who is the tying run at the plate, 2 outs in the 7th inning. Hathaway, the rookie lefty, making his 14th appearance this year. He worked Monday's win over the Braves and has worked 7 times in a 10-day span. He faced Freddie Freeman in the 7th inning on Monday, got him to ground out to second base.
Well, when Sean Casey runs, it looks like everything hurts.
I'm not sure I'd use that term, actually. Is that running? Hathaway behind 2-0. Chip Hale is matching up. You've got the right-hand hitting Matt Kemp on deck. And Daniel Hudson has started warming up for the Diamondbacks. So this is likely Hathaway's only hitter. Fastball foul back, and it's 2-1. You got to be careful with Freddie Freeman. Since the All-Star break, he's got 10 home runs and 27 RBIs in 36 games. But tonight 0 for 3. A guy that loves to hit in this ballpark. Keep Inciarte close down there. Ender 3 for 4 tonight. Two balls and 1 strike to Freddie Freeman. 2 outs here in the 7th. Lines it, and it hits the umpire. He is in play, and that one just nailed Alfonso Marquez. Oh, he took a shot. That was a rocket coming right at him. Here comes the crew chief, Larry Vanover. Alfonso Marquez just had nowhere to go, and he is considered part of the field of play.
Looks like he's indicating it got him on the hip there.
Oh,
now we know Freddie Freeman, when he hits the ball, there's always a lot of English on it. He doesn't hit anything straight. It's either hooking or slicing or top spin. Marquez, well, he barely has time to react.
Oh man, that was scorched too. That's a single for Freddie Freeman. Ender Inciarte is at second base. Ryan DePanflo out there to have a look. How hard was that one coming at him? How about 94? Oh.
The umpire is in play until the ball gets past a fielder other than the pitcher. So that time Alfonso Marquez positioned inside the infield with a runner at first base. He's considered part of the field.
Unfortunately, Alfonso Marquez is okay. Daniel Hudson is in the bullpen. Chip Hale going to bring him in here to face Matt Kemp with 2 on and 2 out and a 2-run D-backs lead. So Hathaway could not get Freeman. And now it'll be Huddy and Kemp when we come back. Freeman hit a rocket off the hip of second base umpire Alfonso Marquez. So the Braves have 2 on and 2 out for Matt Kemp, and here's Daniel Hudson, who just worked a 1-pitch appearance in Monday's win over Atlanta. Came on to get a fly ball out. He has pitched scoreless baseball in 10 of his last 11 appearances, including his last 9 straight.
I mean, the velocity's always been there for Daniel Hudson, but more recently he's been able to hit spots and keep the ball down.
Matt Kemp singled his last time up and scored a run. He's 1 for 3. Inciarte is at second and Freeman at first.
For 16 lifetime with a home run and 7 strikeouts.
Good slider from Huddy, and it's 1-1. That pitch has looked better for him as of late. Went back to it but missed, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Matt Kemp. Kemp hit a couple of home runs in this ballpark earlier this year while he was with the San Diego Padres. A career .284 hitter at Chase Field. He's played 76 games here. Runners going, and Kemp fouls it off. Inciarte at second and Freeman at first.
Yeah, Kemp did the Diamondbacks a favor right there. The runners had huge jumps. Inciarte was going to steal third easily. Freddie Freeman, the trail runner, was easily going to get second base, but fortunately for the D-backs, Matt Kemp swung away and fouled that pitch out of play.
And he's up there with a 2-2 count and 2 outs. Lays off the fastball, and it's a full count, 3-2. Nick Markakis is on deck. Hudson, the third D-backs reliever in this 7th inning. This will get the runners started. There they go. Kemp just does get a piece of that fastball. Social hour out there for Ender Inciarte. Every time he gets to a different base, he sees a different friend and former teammate. Two outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runners go. Kemp strikes out. Daniel Hudson goes to the slider and gets him. Huddy strands 2 and keeps it a 6-4 D-backs lead. 7th inning coming up. D-backs lead the Braves 6-4. What's next brought to you by CenturyLink. The series finale tomorrow. Matt Whistler will be called up for the minor leagues, and he'll make the start for the Braves against Robbie Ray. That's a 6:40 first pitch. Diamondback Live pregame show at 6 o'clock on Fox Sports Arizona. How about Matt Kemp striking out to end that inning? Watch the reaction. Firewood. Jeez. Yeah. Michael Bourne leads off the D-backs 7th against the new pitcher for the Braves. 25-year-old left-hander Ian Kroll, who's had a good year since his recall for the minor leagues in early May. His 46th appearance, a 2.75 ERA. Michael tonight has tripled, singled, and scored twice. He's 2 for 3. That one almost hit him. Two and two to Michael Bourne. Michael had 3 hits in Monday's series openers. Got a couple more tonight. Don't forget the alumni game coming up before the game Saturday against the Reds, which is a 5:10 start. Alumni game starts at 2:30. First 20,000 fans get our D-backs batting practice pullover courtesy of Sanderson Ford. Get your tickets at dbacks.com/alumni. You'll see Gracie down there. Jay Bell, Reggie Sanders, led by Commissioner Bob Brenly.
Yeah, I think the game plan right now is for Gracie to be the captain of one team.
Michael Bourne, oh captain, my captain, all the way to the wall in right center, and Michael Bourne has already got 1 triple tonight. Make it 2. His 2nd triple tonight and his 6th of the year. Michael Bourne 3 for 4.
Middle of the plate breaking ball that time. Michael waits on it well. Uses a lot of hands to drive that ball into the gap in right center. Here we go again. 2nd triple of the ball game. Needs a chin strap for that helmet. Just complete that thought quickly. Gracie's going to captain one team. Matt Williams is going to captain the other.
I like. Is that your plan or
no?
Well, it's a good plan.
We figure that, you know, those guys are in uniform every day. They're probably, I use this term lightly, but they're probably in the best shape of any of the alumni. So they're going to captain their respective squads.
Goldie with 2 singles, a stolen base. He scored twice. And he drives it deep to center. Way back. And that ball is gone. Paul Goldschmidt, that's number 20. And the Diamondbacks have an 8-4 lead. Since 1974, only 3 players have had 20 stolen bases and 20 homers in consecutive seasons. Jeff Bagwell, Ryan Klesko, and now Paul Goldschmidt. He stole his 20th base earlier in the ball game. That's home run number 20, straight into the camera well.
Wow.
Well, how about this start to the 7th inning? A triple and a home run, a jumbo jack. Goldie 3 for 4. Here's Wellington Castillo, who's knocked in 3 runs tonight. Only 3 players since '74 with 20 homers and 20 steals in back-to-back years. Ryan Klesko, Jeff Bagwell, and now Goldie. Hard to third. Adonis Garcia knocks it down, recovers, low throw. Freeman scoops it, and that's the first out.
Cole's not exactly fooling anybody at this point. A triple to the gap in right center, a long home run to straightaway center. He's just about got his third baseman killed there on that ground ball.
Well, speaking of home runs, here's Jake Lamb, who hit his 25th his last time up. It was Jake's first homer since August 7th. It had been 59 plate appearances. So Jake really coming around. 2 doubles last night. He drove in 2. And a 2-run homer his last time up. And this one was a mile in the air out to right field. This is way up there. Majestic. Nice catch. That's a new twist. Fights this one off and dunks it into left center. Back-to-back 2-hit nights for Jake Lamb.
That's a way to break out of it. He was in a 2-for-46 slump. He got the 2 doubles last night, a homer and a single tonight. One ball was absolutely crushed. This one just looped out there into shallow left field. You take them all.
Chris Owings 0 for 3.
Goldie's homer 434 feet, 106 miles an hour off the bat.
So tonight we've seen 3 D-backs homers. Segura's 12th, Lamb's 25th, and Goldie's 20th. And oh, by the way, A.J. Pollock homered for AAA Reno tonight. A.J. 2 for 3 for the Aces. He's knocked in 4 runs, a 3-run homer and an RBI single. And we expect to see A.J. back here on Friday for that series opener against the Reds. Get your tickets at dbacks.com. Come on down Friday and see A.J. Pollock. Long overdue. What a sight for sore eyes that'll be. And then maybe by the time we hit the road next week, maybe even in San Francisco, we'll see Shelby Miller. Shelby has one more start to make for AAA Reno and Phil Nevin. No matter how badly Nev wants to keep him down there because he's pitched so well. One and 2 on Chris Owings. CO had 2 hits in the series. He tripled in last night's ball game. Speaking of triples, Michael Bourne has 2 tonight. And the Diamondbacks have now set a franchise record with 49 triples. They passed the record they set last year, the team record of 48. 8 triples each for Jake Lamb and Chris Owings. Michael Bourne now with 6. He's got 2 tonight. That's rolled up the middle and it kicks into center field. Jake Lamb takes the turn and heads for third. For the first 5 have reached in the D-back 7.
It looked like a potential double play ball leading the shortstop right to the base. Just climbed up the wrist of Chase Darno on into shallow center field, and Jake Lamb will get third base.
Ryan Stintker out there, and that's going to end Kroll's night. Diamondbacks pouring on the offense here. They lead at 8-4 back from Chase Field after this. plays of the game. 3 D-backs homers tonight. Segura and Lamb in the 5th. And Goldie in the 7th. Boom. For Gene Segura is 12th. Jake Lamb is 25th. For Goldie, number 20. Those are your Chaz Roberts air conditioning and plumbing. Cool plays of the game. Madison Younginger, the new pitcher for Atlanta, facing Mitch Haniger. You saw Younginger very briefly through 1 pitch in Monday's series opener. D-backs with 2 runs in, 4 hits in the inning, still just 1 out. Haniger singled his last time up. He's 1 for 3. He's got Jake Lamb at 3rd and Chris Owings at 1st. I'm a little nervous for you.
Nah.
It's getting late in LA. Bottom 8.
Extra innings.
Theo back in time. Bob Brenly playing beat the streak again. Got a hit with Trey Turner earlier today, but he just made a terrible decision and went with a Dodger pick, Chase Utley. And right now they're at the bottom of the 8th in LA. Dodgers lead the Giants 1-0. And Utley is 0 for 3. Angel Pagan, who has a 19-game hitting streak, was selected by the Cooler. And Pagan is 0 for 3. Johnny Cueto started that game for the Giants, who have baseball's worst record since the All-Star break, which is amazing to think about. Cueto tonight, 1 run, 4 hits, and 6. He had 6 strikeouts, but gave up the only run of the ball game, a Justin Turner solo homer in the 4th. Here at Chase Field, it's Jake Lamb at 3rd, Chris Owings at 1st. 2 runs in, 1 out, 1 and 2 on Mitch Haniger, the rookie. Rockies lost in Milwaukee earlier today, 7-1. And the Padres were at home at Petco against the Cubs. Chicago won that game 6-3. Owings takes off and Haniger fouls it away.
As we mentioned, Michael Bourne with 2 triples in a ball game today. It's the 3rd time in his career he's had 2 triples in a game. 2nd time here at Chase Field. Once tonight as a member of the Diamondbacks, and back in 2014 as a member of the Cleveland Indians. He had 2 triples in a game here.
He looks tired. All that running. Michael 3 for 4 tonight. He scored 3 times. Well, I hope Chase Utley gets a hit, but I hope if he doesn't that you learn your lesson. They're in the top of the 8th inning right now, and Angel Pagan, 0 for 3 with a 19-game hitting streak, is batting against Joe Blanton. Where's the cooler? Is he here? Feels warmer in here. Haniger laces that one down the line, but foul. Beat the streak fever continues here in our booth. Owings heads for second, pitches a ball, and CO's got the stolen base. He's a perfect 13 for 13 this year.
You know, partner, how they tell you in Little League, a walk's as good as a hit?
Yeah.
Not and beat the streak.
Well, Pagan is ahead 3-0 against Joe Blanton. And he takes a strike at the knees, 3-1. 2-2 to Mitch Haniger. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. Infield in for the Braves. That's fouled straight back.
A good pitch to hit right there.
And here's the 3-1 to Pagan. Joe Blanton at the belt. He kicks and deals. Oh, he walked him. Pagan with a 19-game hitting streak. 0 for 3 walks in the 8th.
Good at bat.
2-2 on Haniger. Rolls that one foul. Pitch of the AB coming up to the rookie. Brandon Drury on deck. Fly ball left center in Ciarte and Kemp. And Kemp has it. Lamb at third, and here he comes. The throw is into third. The RBI for Haniger. And it's 9-4 Diamondbacks.
Pretty nice grinding at bat right there by Mitch Haniger. Get that ball in the air deep enough to drive home the run from third. Had some real good swings at the Braves right-hander throughout the course of that at bat.
He's got a lot of polish to him, Mitch Haniger. He's never looked overmatched since he's been up there, not at all. So 3 runs in now. It's 9-4. Owings at second, 2 outs for Drury, who's 1 for 3, a double in the second. D-backs trying to take 2 of the first 3 games in this series, with the finale set for tomorrow night. Matt Wisler against Robbie Ray. And the Reds are in here for 3 starting on Friday. Cincinnati was home to Texas this afternoon. Rangers beat them 6-5. There's Robbie. Braden Shipley.
The Reds rolling in here this weekend with a pitching staff that's allowed 203 home runs already this season. The most last year by any team was 193 by the Detroit Tigers. Now certainly a lot of that can be attributed to that little bandbox they play half their games in, but man, 203 homers about what, a little over a month ago in the season.
Well, the Dodgers hit, what was it, 6 home runs in that game against the Reds the other day. Homer Bailey started that game, and Bailey will start here Sunday. But they'll have their 2 best pitchers going in the first 2 games, Cincinnati. Brandon Finnegan on Friday and Anthony DeSclafani on Saturday. Diamondbacks in that Cincinnati series will go Shipley, Godley, and Bradley. 2-2 on Brandon Drury.
Talking about home runs, some guys moving up the all-time list. Miguel Cabrera hit number 436 tonight. He's only 2 behind Andre Dawson for number 43 all-time. The Hawk. Big Papi hit number 533 tonight. He's only 1 behind Jimmy Fox for 18th all-time.
He's going to mess around and be the AL MVP in his final season.
And Albert Pujols with number 584, only 2 behind Frank Robinson for number 9 on the all-time list.
Whoa. That rolls away from Flowers. Owings stays put at second base, and it's a full count on Drury, 3-2. Pitcher spot is up next. Ricky Weeks Jr. in the on-deck circle. Edwin Escobar is ready in the Diamondback bullpen, the left-hander. Brandon Drury works a walk. It's the first walk of the ball game issued by Atlanta pitchers. 2 on and 2 out for Ricky Weeks Jr. Ricky batting .250 with 8 home runs. He struck out as a pinch hitter last night. Had a single in Monday's series opener. He's got Owings at second and Drury at first. D-backs have out hit the Braves 15-8. They lead at 9-4. 3 Diamondback homers tonight. Segura and Lamb in the 5th and Goldie in the 7th. Michael Bourne has 2 triples. Oh, come on. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. And Ricky's got a beef. Here come the players off the Diamondback bench. This has got to stop right now. We saw Julio Teheran earlier in the ball game come inside, up and in a number of times. Talked about how Gene Segura had taken one the other day. Brian Snitker out to the mound now. Or check that, Roger McDowell, the pitching coach. But this has just continued on and on and on. The D-backs this year have consistently taken the high road and try to avoid silly beanball wars. But Bob, when something like this just goes on and on ad nauseum, you got to do something.
Well, you know, the opinions are split on that. Sometimes you say, well, we'll get our shot somewhere down the road, but this is a team you only face once in Atlanta and once here at home. You don't see them in spring training. There's really no easy time to pay them back if you feel it's necessary. So if you feel like you've been offended here by what the Braves pitching staff has done, you got to do something in the next half inning.
Well, that might be the discussion right now with Chip Hale and Glenn Sherlock. 9th man to bat in the Diamondbacks. 7th is Gene Segura. 1 for 4 with a home run, his 12th of the year. Fought that one off and it's 0-1.
Another one up and in.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure the Braves would say, hey, we got a bunch of young kids down there. They don't know where the ball's going, but man, just so many pitches up and in this series.
Segura was hit last night. Weeks Jr. tonight. Owings at third, Drury at second, and Ricky at first. There, the crew chief at third. 1 and 2 on Gene Segura.
You know, and it's so hard to determine intent. I mean, you know, we've been watching baseball all summer in the National League, and there's only a pitcher or 2 on every staff that can really command the ball. We saw Zach Greinke at the beginning of the game tonight commanding the ball in, out, up, down. But you know, other than those 2 or 3 guys on every pitching staff, everybody else is just wild as they can be. They have no idea where the ball's going when it leaves their hand. We've seen catchers jump from one side of the plate to the other. We've seen pitches sail to the backstop. We've seen balls hit 5 feet out in front of home plate. It doesn't make it right that you continually thump guys, especially, you know, up above the shoulders. Goldie got knocked off the plate a couple times. Wellington Castillo got knocked on his rear end.
Yeah. That'll stay fair. And Garcia steps on the bag. That ends the inning. Diamondbacks get 3. They lead at 9-4. As we start the 8th inning. Calling all kids between the ages of 10 and 16. You can be part of an upcoming D-backs telecast. Just come on out this Sunday here to Chase Field for the season's final Fox Sports Arizona Sanderson Ford Kidcaster auditions from 11:30 to 1 at the Sandlot near Baxter's Den during the Diamondbacks and Reds game. Pitcher for the D-backs, the lefty Edwin Escobar. 7 appearances for the Diamondbacks this year, the last 5 in relief. They worked a scoreless inning in the ball game last night.
1 inning, gave up 1 hit, struck out a batter, walked a batter, did not allow a run.
Nick Markakis will lead off the 8th for the Braves. Markakis doubled and scored his last time up. He knocked in a run. He's 1 for 3. Chase Utley due up second in the bottom of the 8th in LA. 0 for 3 so far. There's a strike 0-1. See how I'm whispering sort of to heighten the drama. No sign of the cooler, by the way, since the walk to Pagan.
He rents himself out as a portable air conditioning unit. Probably had a gig to go to.
Telling you, tomorrow I want to see him hanging around that Braves dugout all night. Carves that one the other way. Brandon Drury won't get it. Brandon able to cut it off before it gets into the corner, but Markakis will have a double. His second double in as many at bats. His 33rd on the year.
Catcher Tyler Flowers.
Tyler Flowers, the catcher. 2 for 3, a pair of singles. He's knocked in a run. That was a ball.
Tyler's got hit. Tyler Flowers got hit in the knee last night.
Yeah, in the 3rd inning. You could hear it from up here too. It sounded like it hurt. One and one. Chase Utley is at the plate in the bottom of the 8th inning. 0 for 3 so far. Bob Brenly's beat the streak pick. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1. Ooh, that missed someplace. 2-1 on Flowers.
Oh, he looks hitterish.
Well, he always does, but he's wearing Dodger blue. LA leads 1-0 in the 8th inning. Escobar has fallen behind on the Braves catcher. 3-1. He walked him. A double and a walk open up the Atlanta 8th.
Second baseman.
Get up the middle.
Chase Utley chopped right to Brandon Crawford and throws him out. Utley 0 for 4.
How can you play him there?
Hit it right to him. So Chase Utley 0 for 4.
I really need extra innings.
Don't forget series finale against these Braves coming up tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show at 6 o'clock. First pitch 6:40. Matt Whistler goes for Atlanta. And Robbie Ray, National League Player of the Week last week, goes for the Diamondbacks. Here's Robbie. He looked tremendous in San Diego his last start. 2 on, nobody out for Jace Peterson, the second baseman. He's walked twice and scored a run. 0 for 1. Steers that one over the head of Owens at shortstop and into short left. And the Braves have loaded the bases up against Edwin Escobar. And the batter will be Chase Darno, the shortstop.
A couple of balls not hit particularly hard to the opposite field. Markakis with his double down the left field line. It was kind of a slicing drive, and that one looked like a jam shot that dropped in front of Brandon Drury, but it loads them up for the Braves.
Bullpen will have to get busy for the Diamondbacks. Enrique Burgos working quickly down there. Darno walked and scored in the 5th. He's 0 for 2. Markakis at third, Flowers at second, Peterson at first. That's in the seats, out of play. 0-1. Pitcher spot is up next for Atlanta. Gordon Beckham is in the on deck circle. Bases loaded, nobody out. Escobar jumps ahead 0-2. Darno able to check his swing. Braves now with 10 hits, 15 for the Diamondbacks. Markakis doubled to lead off the inning. Flowers walked and the base hit by Peterson. 1-2 on Chase Darno with Beckham on deck. Goldie's there. They get one. There's nobody at the bag. Escobar was late getting over there. Markakis scores to make it 9-5. Owens was ready to fire, but first base was unoccupied.
Yeah, caught Escobar spectating a little bit on that hard ground ball to the right side. You see, he doesn't break until Goldie throws the ball to second base, and by then it's way too late.
So fielder's choice, 3-6 on the put out, the RBI for Darno. And here is Gordon Beckham batting for the pitcher. 211 and 4 home runs. Tyler Flowers at third. Chase Darno at first. There's a strike to Beckham. Beckham flied out as a pinch hitter last night, and he is really slumping miserably right now. 3 for his last 41 at the plate. Oh, and 2. Beckham has spent a fair amount of time on the DL this year. A left hamstring problem that has sent him to the disabled list on 2 separate occasions this year. He's missed about 50 games with that problem. And Escobar fires a strike in there. 2 outs. Look at the location on those pitches.
Yes, hitting in a 2-strike count, and he guessed wrong. A very hittable fastball right there on the inside corner.
Ender Inciarte has had a big night. 3 hits, 2 singles, a double. He's knocked in 2 runs. He's got 6 hits in the series now. Runners on the corners and 2 outs. Tyler Flowers at third. Chase Darno at first. Two balls and a strike on Ender Inciarte. Two and two. Called strike 3. Escobar strikes out Beckham and rings up Inciarte. Braves get 1. It's 9-5 Diamondbacks.
coming up. We'll talk Zach Greinke, Paul Goldschmidt, maybe Michael Bourne. Hopefully Diamondbacks win, but I have to ask, Jody Jackson, Brandon Webb tweeted a retribution alert. Didn't happen in the 8th inning. Were you surprised?
A little bit. Throughout the series, there's been a few incidents where they've been pitching up and in, actually hit a few guys. But yes, I am.
Okay, there you go. All right, we'll see you right after this one, guys. Let's send it back to the booth. Bring it home.
All right, thanks, guys. Our Gila River game summary. Zach Greinke got the start, 4 earned, 6 hits in 6 innings. He had 5 strikeouts to get to 2,000 for his career. Michael Bourne has hit 2 triples tonight. He'll lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. And the Diamondbacks have 3 homers, Segura, Lamb, and Goldie. New pitcher for the Braves, Aroldis Vizcaino, in a rough 7th inning here Monday night. Segura doubled, Bourne singled, Goldie singled. Tomas walked. Castillo had that 3-run double. Gordon Beckham remains in the game. He takes over at second base for Jace Peterson. So Beckham hits 9th. And the pitcher spot is now 7th in the Atlanta order. Here is Bourne. A single, 2 triples. He scored 3 times. One and one. 2 triples for Michael Bourne.
That one got a little bit of an assist from the Braves outfield as it got underneath the glove of Markakis and rolled past Ender Inciarte. But the second one, he drove all the way out there to the pool. Here he goes again.
Inciarte gets in front of that. It's a 4-hit night for Michael Bourne, a leadoff single.
Michael really seeing the ball big lately, squaring balls up all over the field.
And it's been a great series for Michael Bourne. He had 3 hits Monday, 4 hits tonight, and he's on board for Goldie. Goldie has 2 singles and a home run, a stolen base. He's knocked in 2 and scored 3 times. How was your day, honey? Just missed one there.
When his first at bat of the ball game against Julio Teheran, Goldie didn't look so good. Swung through a couple of hanging sliders, ended up striking out, but quickly got right back on pace.
Singled, stole a base, scored a run in the 3rd, singled and scored in the 5th, and a 2-run homer in the 7th, his 20th of the year. So he's already in this series had 2 3-hit games, including 2 homers after the walk-off Monday. That Dodger game now a final, by the way. LA beat the Giants 1-0. Justin Turner's home run. The only run of the game, a solo homer off Johnny Cueto. So Pagan's 19-game hitting streak ends and Utley goes hitless. Tough day for beat the streak around here.
Yeah, well, start another one.
It's funny because the Cooler actually earlier this year playing beat the streak picked Jackie Bradley Jr. when Jackie Bradley Jr. had a 29-game hitting streak going. He got on him after 29 games. Next game, guess what? Hitless.
Nothing.
End of the streak. He got on Pagan tonight at 19.
Nothing.
Kiss of death. Goldie strikes out. And as for you, Mr. Brenly, I have no sympathy at all. You picked the Dodger. You picked the Dodger. You deserve to lose. Wellington Castillo. 3 RBIs tonight for Welly. He has doubled and singled. 2 for 4. So this is the final game still going in the Major League schedule tonight. You know what we have to do? We have to talk to the Cooler and get him to pick Adrian Gonzalez tomorrow.
What is that?
There's a fly ball. Ender really has to come in hard on the run, and he runs it down in left center field. Well, Gonzalez, well, now that the cooler has killed off Angel Pagan's 19-game hitting streak, Gonzalez has the longest active streak in the majors right now. It's 17. So that if there's ever a time to pick a Dodger, I'll waive the anti-Dodger rule if we can snap Gonzalez's streak. I have to talk to him about that. Jake Lamb now. Jake singled and scored his last time up. He homered in the 5th, his 25th of the year.
If they had beat the streak when Joe DiMaggio set the number, he might not ever got there.
That's right. DiMaggio, 57, piece of cake. It's in the bag. Wait, what? No. You can play Beat the Streak. Just sign up at MLB.com. Pick 1 or 2 batters every day and see how many games you can get your streak up to. Just pick any player, any game. Just don't pick a Dodger, okay? Michael Bourne heads for second. Jake Lamb gets this in the air. Left field. It backs up Kemp at the wall. And he's got it. We'll head to the 9th inning. Diamondbacks lead the Braves 9-5. Enrique Burgos. Well, they call it vulturing a win. Enrique did that Monday against these Braves. He came on in the 9th with a 1-run lead and immediately gave up a game-tying homer to Freddie Freeman, only to get the victory when Goldie hit the walk-off in the bottom of the 9th inning. And you see the numbers on Burgos. It's been a bumpy ride lately. In his last 4 appearances, he's blown 3 saves. Garcia, Freeman, Kemp, 2, 3, and 4 in the Atlanta 9th. Adonis Garcia, 0 for 4. He has struck out twice and hit into a double play. Garcia gets into one and takes it out of here. Well, the same thing happened to Burgos when he came on in the 9th inning Monday. Freeman homered, and now it's Garcia, his 11th of the year and his 2nd in this series, and it's 9-6.
Well, we talked about his free swinging nature up there at the plate, and he gets a cookie here. Oh, man. Diamondbacks have been trying to work him inside off the plate all night long, and Garcia kept swinging at him. That one right on the inside corner, absolutely clubbed to left field.
Well, it's gone that way for both Jake Barrett and Enrique Burgos as of late. Freddie Freeman makes a hard slider for strike one, the 11th of the year for Adonis Garcia. So Garcia now extends his hitting streak to 8 straight. That one gets away from Burgos. Freeman tonight singled his last time up against Steve Hathaway. He's 1 for 4. D-backs have the shift on. Castillo sets up down and away, and Burgos is all over the map here. 3-1. Freddie Freeman Monday against Enrique Burgos. That started off the 9th inning of that ball game. And now he's ahead against Burgos 3-1. '97 ranked by him. It's 3-2. Well, you're right, Bob. It's such a violent swing from Freddie Freeman.
Now, when he decides he's going to let it go, he doesn't leave anything in the bag. Big swing on a pitch on the outside corner.
Fastball missed at 98 down and in. So a homer and a walk lead off the 9th for Burgos. And you've got Matt Kemp. Kemp singled in his last at bat. So he's now hit safely in 9 straight. Well, it was 2 at bats ago, pardon me. He's 1 for 4. Struck out his last time up against Daniel Hudson. Two teams have combined for 15 runs and 27 hits. Matt Kemp traded from the Padres at the end of July. He's played 21 games with Atlanta now. He's hit about .270 with 2 homers. He's off that fastball. Burgos behind 2-0. Ten pitches, only 4 strikes. The 6th Diamondback pitcher of the ball game. Well, he walked Freeman after giving up the home run by Garcia. Now behind on Kemp, 3-0.
And there was again a 2-0 changeup. This guy throws nearly 100 miles an hour. And you're trying to trick a guy on a 2-0 pitch.
Three and one, get me over fastball. Dominic Leone has started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Three one to Kemp. Fly ball right field. Mitch Haniger on the run near the line, and it's foul. So after the homer by Garcia, back-to-back 3-2 counts as Leone continues to warm up. Braves, with nobody out in the 9th inning, have the tying run on deck. Dominic Leone worked the 9th inning of last night's ball game through 11 pitches. Another 3-2 to Matt Kemp. Enrique Burgos is yet to retire a batter. And the Braves, with nobody out, will get the tying run to the plate. It's Nick Markakis. Here comes Mike Butcher. This has all the makings right here. Markakis, a dangerous hitter. He has doubled in his last 2 at-bats and scored twice. He's 2 for 4. Freeman at second, Kemp at first, nobody out. 1 run already in on the Garcia homer. And here's Markakis as the tying run.
Zach Greinke had back-to-back walks in that 5th inning. They both came around to score on the Ender Inciarte double. Hopefully the same will not happen here in the 9th inning. Back-to-back walks by Enrique Burgos after the leadoff home run by Garcia.
He missed with that one. 1-0 on Markakis. Markakis 6 hits in the series, 3 of them doubles. There's a strike and it's 1-1. He did not go, says Larry Vanover. 2 balls and a strike. Two and two. The catcher Tyler Flowers is on deck. Pitcher spot after that. Remember, the Braves are playing a man short. They traded Jeff Francoeur to Miami about 10 minutes before the ball game. Francoeur was in uniform in the dugout and told to pack his bags. So Brian Snitker, a man down on that bench, and he's already used Swanson and Beckham. Beckham is in the ball game at second base. 2-2 to Markakis is a ball, and it's a full count. 3-2. He's gone to 3-2 now on 3 consecutive hitters after giving up the leadoff homer. 20 pitches, 9 strikes.
Yeah, you've heard me use the phrase scared him off his fastball. I think that's what happened with the Garcia home run. Yeah, it just looks like Enrique Burgos is trying to trick the Braves hitters after that leadoff homer. Off-speed pitches behind in the count.
Full count, 3-2. He hammers it to center, a base hit. Freeman will score. Kemp will stop at third, and it's a 9-7 ball game. The wheels have come off for Enrique Burgos, and the only other real option back there is Dominic Leone.
Well, he finally does throw a fastball in the strike zone at 97, but you put a hitter in a very predictable fastball count, and they're going to take aggressive swings. That ball, a ringing single into center field.
Tyler Flowers. Kemp is at third. Markakis is the tying run at first. Nobody out in the ninth. Flowers has singled twice and walked. He's got an RBI. And Chip Hale will go to Dominic Leone. Enrique Burgos does not record an out in the ninth. And Atlanta
to 9-7 here. 2 men on, no outs right now for the Atlanta Braves, and Enrique Burgos not able to record an out. So Dominic Leone coming in. Why we're not seeing Jake Barrett? He's tired. Last night he mentioned he was dragging. Chip Hale said earlier today he could locate nothing last night. And guys, that's the situation right now. You've got young relievers right now on the back end of this bullpen, and not only are they inexperienced and struggling at times, but frankly tired. So Leone in now.
And Leone has struggled, Jody, a 7.91 ERA. This is his 20th appearance. He worked an inning last night, gave up a run. He's given up runs in 8 of his last 11 appearances. And he'll work to the Braves catcher Tyler Flowers. Still no outs in the 9th inning. Atlanta already with 2 runs in. Kemp is at third, Markakis at first.
Now for Jake Barrett, he's pitched 5 of the last 7 days. He threw 22 pitches on Monday, threw 22 more pitches last night. So I'm sure they'd like to stay away from him unless it's an absolute emergency.
So this is a real test for Dominic, who has scuffled as of late, as we've mentioned, just trying to find it at this level. Flowers walked his last time up. He's got 2 singles and an RBI. Leone in his last 11 1/3 innings of work has given up 13 runs on 22 hits, including 5 homers. Go ahead run at the plate, nobody out. And here's a deep fly ball, center field. Michael Bourne at the track, at the wall, and it's off the wall. Kemp has scored. They'll stop Markakis at third. And it's a 1-run ball game.
Slider that didn't do hardly anything that time. Stayed up and out over the plate to Tyler Flowers, and he bangs it off that 413 mark for an RBI double.
Well, the pitcher spot is up next for Atlanta. And a man down after the trade of Francoeur. Brian Snitker will have to go to his backup catcher. It's the former Met Anthony Record. With Markakis at third and Flowers at second, still nobody out. 3 runs in the 9th. Infield in for the Diamondbacks, and that's a ball. Record just 20 games with Atlanta this year, but he's hit .291 with a homer. Tying run is at third. Go ahead run at second, and still no outs. 2-0 on record. That's Markakis at third, and the catcher Flowers at second. Home run, walk, single, double so far in the Atlanta ninth. That one gets behind Castillo. Markakis freezes at third, and they throw it away. Goldie is there to back up. An underhand toss by Wellington back to Leone. It was wide of the plate, but fortunately Goldie was right there by the mound to collect that one. Because on the initial pitch, Markakis froze at third. He was not coming in, but he almost had a second chance.
And Markakis didn't pick it up initially, and then by the time he broke, it was too late. So he's going to head back to third, and then Wellington throws the ball out into the middle of the infield. Snowball fight.
Leone behind in the count, 3-0. In there, 3-1. He walked him. The bases are loaded. Third walk in the inning issued by the D-backs bullpen. And the hitter will be Chase Darno. Still no outs. Here's Mike Butcher. So you want to be a big league pitching coach?
Well, it'd be fine if you had plenty of big league pitchers. These guys are really struggling just to throw strikes, and then they fall behind in the count, toss a cookie in there, and it gets whacked. Scares them right back out of the strike zone. They fall behind in the count, toss another cookie, it gets whacked. Something's got to change.
D-backs had a 9-5 lead going into this ninth inning. It's now a 9-8 ball game. The bases are loaded and still nobody out. Markakis is the tying run at third. Flowers, the catcher, the go-ahead run at second, and Recker, the backup catchers, at first. Infield is in. Here's Chase Darno. Darno walked and scored in the fifth. He's 0 for 3. And an RBI fielder's choice his last time up against Edwin Escobar. First pitch is a strike, and it's 0-1. Darno so far hitless in the series. He drives it to center. Michael Bourne is there. Here comes Markakis, and the game is tied. Second RBI of the night for Chase Darno. And now the batter will be Gordon Beckham.
Second baseman, Gordon Beckham.
Beckham came on as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning, stayed in the game, and took over at second base for Jace Peterson. He struck out looking in his first at bat. And he steps up right now in a 3 for 42 skid.
Yeah, given that number, look for the safety squeeze right here. Swinging away first pitch. Sometimes when a guy is struggling as bad as Beckham has been struggling lately, you look for any way to make a positive contribution to the team. And we know a lot of ball clubs that use that safety squeeze in this situation. First and third, one out in the inning.
First 4 Braves batters in this inning reached. They've all scored. 1-1 on Gordon Beckham. Ender and Ciarte on deck. He's got 3 hits tonight. $16 hits for the D-backs, now 13 for Atlanta. Strike 2. D-backs bullpen is quiet. Dominic Leone, the 7th D-backs pitcher in the ball game tonight. Beckham gets this in the air. Here comes Haniger from right. Flowers at third will hold. Recker moves up to second. 2 down.
Lazy fly ball to shallow right field. Haniger has all his momentum going toward home plate as he makes the catch. Bo Porter threw up the stop sign rather quickly that time, but heads up base running by Anthony Recker, the trail runner.
Well, you got the slow moving catcher Flowers at third, and we know Haniger's got a terrific arm out there. So Recker able to move up as the throw went into the plate. Now first base open. Ender and Ciarte, who has 3 hits, is the batter. Second and third, 2 outs in a 9-9 ball game. Garcia, who started off this 9th inning with a home run, is on deck. Ciarte with 6 hits in the series.
The way Ender's been swinging the bat, it begs the question, why wouldn't you just walk him intentionally? But I think Garcia's dangerous. We know he'll swing at anything.
Phone ringing to the Diamondback bullpen. 1-1 on Ciarte.
And you're not sure Dominic Leone can get back in the strike zone if he issues 4 wide ones to walk Ciarte. Then you got to get him back into the zone against a dangerous hitter in Garcia.
Leone threw 11 pitches in the 9th inning last night. He's up to 16 here. That's a foul ball. Patrick Corbin has started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Cabrera, who throws 103 miles an hour on the right. Johnson, the closer, on the left. 1-2 on Ender and Ciarte. Called strike 3. Leone strands the go-ahead runs, but the Braves get 4 and will go to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 9. here at Chase Field. And now the Diamondbacks, well, just like they did on Monday, will look for the walk-off hit or homer. But this might be a little tough against this guy, Mauricio Cabrera. We saw him the other night, and wow, that's the only word, wow.
Yeah, easy gas. Everything he was throwing was in the upper 90s. He hit triple digits. This was in yesterday's ball game. 99 to strike out Brandon Drury. Gets Wellington Castillo looking at 101. And then Mitch Haniger check swings on a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, cutting off that outside corner.
His fastball averages, mind you, 100.8 miles per hour. We saw him hit 102-ish last night. Chris Owings will lead off the bottom of the 9th inning. CO singled, stole a base his last time up. He's 1 for 4. Owings, Haniger, Drury drew up here 6, 7, 8 in the Arizona 9th. Base hit for Owings. Winning runs aboard. CO's second hit tonight. And keep in mind, his last time up, he singled and stole a base. He's a perfect 13 for 13 this year. So that may factor in here as Haniger steps up. Mitch had an RBI sac fly in his last plate appearance. He's singled in the 6th. He's 1 for 3. He'll keep Owings close. Adonis Garcia has his toes on the grass at 3rd. If you're wondering where Cabrera's velocity puts him in the Major League Baseball pecking order, how about that? Number 1. That's on average with at least 25 innings pitched. You're north of Chapman. You're throwing pretty hard. All the way, and it's 1-1 on Mitch Haniger. Mitch, the D-backs minor league player of the month for July. Crushing it in Reno when he was called up. .351 with 19 home runs. Boy, Freddie Freeman just had to roll over to stop that one from getting behind him.
He just saved a triple right there. If that ball gets by him down that right field line, Chris Owings probably ends up on 3rd base.
Approaching the 4-hour mark here at Chase Field. 17 hits for the Diamondbacks, 13 for Atlanta. D-backs had a 9-4 lead after 7. Braves got 1 in the 8th and 4 in the 9th to tie it at 9. One and 2 on Mitch Haniger.
Well, we mentioned it the other night when Cabrera came into the ballgame. Not only does he reach triple digits, he gets some late movement on those fastballs in the upper 90s.
Yeah, this guy's got future closer written all over him. Owings holds it first, and Haniger fouls that one. Fortunately, Mickey's down there, has several people guarding him. That's the way we set it up. Our ace cameraman down there alongside. There's Mick in the hat. We don't want anything happening to Mickey.
Neither do I.
That's why we station those guys down there. 1-2. Boy, Haniger battling here.
I'm a little surprised Chris Owings hasn't attempted a steal yet.
Is it because that Cabrera throws so hard?
Yeah, I'm sure that has something to do with it, and he unloads it fairly quickly for a big guy. But boy, that throw I saw Tyler Flowers make earlier in the ball game, I'm going to run on him.
Yeah. Haniger shoots that down the right field line, but it slices foul.
I mean, it's just physics. You got a catcher back there that's 6'4" and weighs 260 pounds. It's going to take a while to get all those parts where they need to be to make a quick, strong throw to second base.
He's only thrown out, what, 2 guys all year?
2 out of 41. Or 42, yeah.
Still 1-2 on Haniger. Freeman holding Owings on the bag at first. Garcia backs off at third with 2 strikes. Owings holds and Haniger gets a hold of one. He drives it deep to right field. And Markakis, the 2-time Gold Glover, runs it down. Couple of Gold Gloves on the mantle from his days in Baltimore. Nick Markakis there to snag that one just shy of the wall.
Well, the at bat didn't end in a positive fashion, but what a great grinding at bat by Mitch Haniger. It's a bid for extra bases here to right field. Nick Markakis never panics, tracks it all the way back just in front of the wall in right field.
Boy, that drops in. CO has a chance. Markakis, one of the best in the business out there, and he just showed why. So 1 out now. Brandon Drury, the hitter. Pitcher spot up next. Tuffy Gozawish in the on-deck circle. Patrick Corbin still warming up in the D-backs bullpen. 99, 0-1 on Brandon. Drury has doubled and walked tonight. He's 1 for 3. Missed at 100. It's 1-1. Still holding all the way at first. That one's fouled back, and it's a ball and 2 strikes on Drury with Gozawish on deck. There goes Owings, and Brandon fouls that one right back to the on-deck circle.
One thing you're a little concerned about when the batter is behind in the count like Brandon Drury is right now, 1-2, there's always a chance for a pitch out. If Brian Snitker thought that Chris Owings was going to be on the move, count is in favor of the pitcher right now. You can afford to waste a pitch with a pitch out if you think he's going to run.
Owings holds, and Brandon lines it to Markakis, backing up again. And he's got it. Owings has to hustle back to the bag. Oh boy, Nick Markakis has taken away 2 extra base hits.
I'll try somebody else. The first one was impressive because he was going straight back to the wall, but this one he really had to get on his horse. Brandon Drury smoked that ball toward the wall out there in right field. Once again, Markakis runs it down. It's a Gold Glove play.
Well, he won 2 of them as an Oriole. Two tremendous catches in the 9th inning. 2 down now for Tuffy. Off the middle. Beckham behind the bag. Goes across his body, and that ends the inning. We'll go to extras at Chase Field, all tied at 9. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Diamondbacks had a 9-4 lead after 7, but here we are, 9-9 in the 10th. And the new pitcher for Arizona, the left-hander Patrick Corbin, his 4th relief appearance this year. Patrick worked 2 scoreless innings of relief against the Mets at Chase Field after he was pulled from the rotation, but then 2 rough outings out of the bullpen in San Diego. 1 on Friday, 1 on Sunday. 5 earned runs on 5 hits, 2 walks, and only 2 1/3 innings. Adonis Garcia will lead off the 9th inning with a homer, leads off the 10th. (9-17-0) for the D-backs, 9-13-0 for Atlanta.
I'm still astounded that Chris Owings never moved off first base.
Tried once on a 2-strike count by Drury. They waited a little too long, maybe.
I mean, we don't know if CO had the green light or if the sign was coming from the bench, or, as I mentioned, a possibility of a pitch out. Maybe that scared him off the stolen base attempt. I'd put the pressure on Tyler Flowers and make him prove to me he can throw somebody out at second base.
Well, Patrick immediately behind on the leadoff man, 3-1. This is how Enrique Burgos got into trouble in the 9th. And he walks the leadoff man.
It's the 8th walk in the ball game by Diamondbacks pitchers. 4 of those have scored,
including 2 in the 9th inning.
Diamondbacks have drawn 1 walk against the Braves pitching staff.
And now you'll deal with the heads of state of this Atlanta order: Freddie Freeman, Matt Kemp, and Nick Markakis. Freeman walked and scored his last time up. Singled in the 7th. He's 1 for 4. D-backs have the shift on against Freeman. You could use cheering up. How about this? Reno tonight Reno scored in all 8 innings. They batted tonight. The Aces. A.J. Pollock 3 for 5, a homer and a double.
Nice.
A.J. knocked in 4. Reno won 13-7.
Who pitched?
Everybody. 1-1. So A.J. Pollock will be back here Friday as we open up a 3-game series against Cincinnati. In fact, let's take a look at A.J. Pollock. This is tonight for the Aces.
Now the 2-2. Pollock swings and drills one to right.
A.J. Pollock 3 for 5, a homer, a double. He knocked in 4.
Hit that ball a long way to the opposite field.
Rehabbing that elbow injury. So A.J. will take tomorrow off, and then he'll rejoin us Friday against the Reds.
Well, that elbow looks great on a home run trot,
doesn't it? He should stick it out like Edwin Encarnacion and his parrot. 2-2 on Freddie Freeman.
We've given you the numbers in the first 2 games of the series. Freddie Freeman hits equally well against righties and lefties, although he struggled against Patrick Corbin, and you can see why. He's got a great approach. Shoulder stays in there, front hip stays in there. He might have the best approach of a left-handed hitter in the National League against left-handed pitching.
Patrick trying to get the fastball in there, but just missed it. It's a full count, 3-2. So he walked Garcia. Now a full count on Freeman with Kemp on deck. Another 3-2 pitch to Freddie Freeman. Another foul ball. Boy, Patrick keeps pounding away with that fastball. Freeman keeps spoiling him. Dropped it in there. Beautiful slider from Corbin. And he rings up Freeman. Patrick Corbin, they've worked hard. This is not just about being in the bullpen. It's about improving. And how about that pitch? Just catches the outside edge. And he was working for a long time the other day in the bullpen with both Mike Butcher and Garvin Alston. On his positioning on the rubber, sort of his posture up there on the mound. This was the other day, yesterday in fact.
That's something that Randy Johnson pointed out in his delivery to the plate. He always had his upper body finish way out over his front leg, because if you compare the release point, if you're standing straight up when you release the ball as opposed to your upper body being out over your front leg, you're releasing that ball probably a foot closer to home plate. That's a big difference.
Yeah. Matt Kemp now. Kemp has singled, walked, and scored twice, 1 for 4. That one kicks high off the plate. Corbin's got it, but Garcia able to sneak into second. Sounded like it hit that plate, just went straight up. Now the go-ahead run in scoring position for Kemp, and a 1-1 count. Patrick Corbin, the 8th pitcher used by the Diamondbacks tonight. The 1-1 to Kemp. On the ground to Segura at second. That'll get Garcia to third. 2 down. And the batter is Nick Markakis, who's had base hits his last 3 times up, 2 doubles and a single. He scored 3 times. Go ahead run at third base with 2 outs in the 10th. Markakis a double in the 6th, a double in the 8th, and a single in the 9th. He's knocked in 2 runs. Slider missed it. It's 1-0.
We talked about Jake Barrett and the fact that Diamondbacks would love to stay away from him, and Yasmani with the tightness in his middle back. This is what the card looks like. Tomas and Barrett, the only 2 guys available at this point, and if Tomas was available to pinch hit, he probably would have taken the at bat rather than Tuffy Gosewich in that last inning. Brian Snitker not in much better shape over there. We mentioned he started a man down with Jeff Francoeur being traded today. He does have plenty of arms left down there in that bullpen. I don't know if he likes any of them, but he's got plenty of them left.
Closer Jim Johnson is back there. Johnson picked up the save last night. 3-0 on Nick Markakis. The catcher Tyler Flowers is on deck. D-backs pitchers have already walked 8 Braves tonight. Patrick Corbin 20 pitches so far, more balls than strikes. That's a strike in there. Fastball. Full count, 3-2. Diamondbacks will have the top of the order due up in the bottom of the 10th. Segura, Bourne, and Goldie. Segura and Goldie have both homered. Michael Bourne has 4 hits tonight, including 2 triples. Go ahead run at third base, 2 outs, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Nick Markakis. He walked him. 9th walk issued by Diamondback pitching tonight. That'll bring up Flowers. 2nd walk in this inning allowed by Patrick Corbin. Flowers has had a good night. He singled in the 2nd, had an RBI single in the 6th, walked in the 8th, RBI double in the 9th. 3 for 4. Adonis Garcia at third. Nick Markakis at first. Mike Butcher. Series finale here tomorrow night. Matt Whistler will come up for the minors. He'll start for the Braves. Robbie Ray for the Diamondbacks. First pitch at 6:40. A night game tomorrow. So here we go. Garcia at third. Markakis at first. 2 outs for Tyler Flowers. 8 for his last 14 with the runners in scoring position. They'll walk him with a pitcher on deck. Pitcher spot is up next, and as Bob showed you a moment ago, The Braves are playing a man short. They traded Jeff Francoeur about 10 minutes before the ball game today. He was in uniform in the dugout when he was traded. And so last night's starting pitcher, how about this? Rob Whalen will be the hitter.
Whalen 2 for 9 on the season. Struck out 3 times in those 9 at bats.
So this will be the 10th walk tonight for Atlanta. It'll load the bases with 2 outs. And boy, you know, we wondered if this would come back and bite Atlanta. This was literally 10 minutes before first pitch. Jeff Francoeur in uniform saying goodbye to his teammates after he was traded to Miami earlier today. And now, boy, they could really use him.
There's Rob Whalen right there saying, don't worry about it, I'll take your at bat.
That's right. Who knew? Ryan Snitker a man down, so here's the pitcher Whalen. Bases loaded in the 10th, 9-9 ball game, 2 outs.
Whalen looking to ambush a first pitch fastball. Instead, Patrick Corbin drops a slider in there.
Whalen had 2 at bats in the ball game last night against Archie Bradley. He grounded out and struck out. Bouncer to shortstop for Owings. They go the short way for the force on Flowers, and that's the inning. Bottom 10 all the way. We're tied at 9. Take a look at the Diamondbacks box score. No shortage of offense, and they could use a little more in this half inning. 4 hits for Michael Bourne, 2 triples, home runs by Segura, Lamb, and Goldschmidt. And Segura will lead off the 10th against the new pitcher for the Braves. It's the right-hander Jose Ramirez. We saw Ramirez in the ball game last night. He came on to work the 7th inning. Gave up a triple to Chris Owings. He hit Gene Segura, but then struck out Bourne and Goldie.
Now Ramirez threw 17 pitches in the ball game last night, 4th time in 5 days for the Braves right-hander.
D-backs led it 9-4 after 7 innings. And Atlanta got 1 in the 8th, 4 in the 9th, and here we are 9-9 bottom 10. Segura homered in the 5th. It was his 12th of the year. Hard to third, a fair ball. Garcia drops it, recovers, and throws him out. Adonis Garcia, Just kind of tackled that one down there, and he records the first out in the bottom of the 10th.
Boy, positioned defensively right on the baseline. Look at that. Just falls to a knee, knocks it down, still has plenty of time because the ball was hit so hard. That's what you call protecting the line late in a close game. He's almost standing on the foul line.
One out for Bourne, who has 4 hits. He's 4 for 5, 2 singles, 2 triples. He scored 3 runs. And 3 hits in the opener Monday night. That fastball is a ball, 1-0. Missed at 95. It's 2-1.
He had another triple. What the heck?
Well, get on base at this point. We'll take that. 3 balls and a strike. Goldie on deck. He's got 3 hits tonight. Full count, 3-2.
Michael Bourne knows his role with the ball club. If he was a power hitter, he probably would have come out of his shoes swinging at that 3-1 fastball. But as you said, you're just looking for a base runner right now. Get somebody on there ahead of Goldie and Wellington Castillo.
The shortstop Darno. Well, here's the hero from Monday night. Goldie sent us home in a walk-off fashion. How about twice in one series?
How about it?
Tonight he has 2 singles, a 2-run homer, a stolen base. He scored 3 runs. The homer is 20th of the year. One and two. Hard to short. Right to Darno. And that ends the inning. We'll head to the 11th, all tied at 9. jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Top 11, 9-9 ball game. Patrick Corbin back out there for his second inning of work. The 8th pitcher used by the Diamondbacks tonight. Chase Darnell, the shortstop, leads it off. And it'll be Gordon Beckham and Ender Inciarte. 8, 9, and 1 in the Atlanta 11th. Comes to shortstop. Tricky play for CO, but he executes that wonderfully, and that's the first out in the 11th.
The 101st plate appearance in the ball game tonight. Over 400 pitches have been thrown.
We're about the 4-hour 30-minute mark coming up here. 6:40 local start. It's about 10 after 11. Gordon Beckham, his third at bat tonight. 3 for his last 43, and that's a swing and a miss. 0-1. So what are you saying?
Just one of those games. You're getting your money's worth tonight.
The other guy I really feel bad for is Chip, because I know you're on the anti-social media, but for people on the Twitter, not Chip Hale, I should say, Chip Carey, working Braves TV just to our left. He got the bright idea today to hike up Camelback.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this morning. I saw the picture that he tweeted from up top on the mountain. He had a Starbucks up there, of course. He has one everywhere he goes. So that's the way he started his day. So you think you're tired? I don't know how he's still upright.
Well, he came down the mountain in a helicopter, so.
Oh, big time. He looks fresh as a daisy down there.
Well, his partner Joe Simpson ran over here between innings and brought up a really good point. Who's your emergency catcher at this point in the ball game? Because they told us that Chase Darnell would be their emergency catcher should anything happen to Tyler Flowers.
Well, Cliff Pennington used to be our guy, but we traded him. Of course, that was after Joe came in here looking for hot dogs.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just making a wild guess here. Chris Owings possibly, Brandon Drury possibly. Not sure if Mitch Haniger's ever strapped on the gear before. Jake Lamb maybe. I don't know.
There's a tricky bouncer to second. Segura charges and throws out Beckham. In fact, there wasn't just Chip who hiked Camelback this morning. The entire Braves TV crew went up there. Sort of a group activity. Somebody thought it was a good idea. Little did they know they'd be looking at a 5-hour game. See, there's Chip tweeting right there. Boy, beautiful day to be up there earlier.
Views are worth it.
Ender Inciarte. Ender 3 for 6. 2 singles and a double. He's knocked in 2 runs. One and 2 on Ender.
We just rushed him inside off the plate. Ender's been complaining to the home plate umpire David Rackley all night long about some of the pitches that have been called strikes on him. Probably be in his own best interest to be ready to swing.
It's a tapper to first. Tricky play. Corbin's got to get over there. Goldie throws it behind him, and Inciarte's aboard. Both guys knew they didn't have much time the way Inciarte runs, and he's at first with 2 outs. Base hit for Inciarte.
Just kind of smothers that ball to the right side. Goldie makes the decision to go after the ball. Unfortunately, his throw was behind Patrick Corbin. That might be a first. I don't think I've ever seen Goldie throw a ball that far behind a pitcher covering the bag.
Maybe Corbin was running faster than Goldie thought he would be. Adonis Garcia homered in the 9th. His 11th of the year, his 2nd in this series. No one throwing in the Diamondback bullpen, with Corbin approaching 50 pitches. Garcia's now hit safely in 8 straight games. Headed for radio. Just missed Mike Farron, the moral compass over there. Remember the game at very early this year, back in April, when we had a similar situation and all the names on both lineup cards were crossed off. We saw Shelby Miller end up in left field. This game, we've already seen a pitcher pinch hit. Whalen for the Braves. That's a strike and it's 0-2.
Now this is a little spooky, partner.
Yeah.
In 2013, on this date, the longest game in franchise history.
Is that the game in Philly?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
18 innings.
That was 7 hours and 6 minutes.
7-6. You're absolutely right.
I remember it like it was yesterday. That was a long night. That was a Saturday night. Then we had a day game the next day, Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Trevor Cahill came out of the bullpen, pitched very well. I think he ended up winning that ball game. Citizens Bank Park.
Wasn't that the game Josh Colmenter warmed up about 11 times coming into the ball game, and they kept sitting him back down.
At least then we had Tony Lukes.
Yeah. I think they had run out of cheesesteaks by then.
I remember that same week we had a 15-inning game in Pittsburgh on that same road trip. Ground ball to shortstop for CO. They go to second for the force on Inciarte. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th inning, tied at 9. Patrick Corbin so far. D-backs bullpen still quiet as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning in a 9-9 ball game. Wellington Castillo will lead it off against Jose Ramirez. Good night for Welly so far. A double, a single. He's knocked in 3 runs.
Yeah, doubled in the first inning to drive home Michael Bourne after his triple, and then a single in the 3rd inning to drive home Bourne and Golden.
Castillo, Lamb, Owings 4, 5, and 6 in the Diamondbacks 11th. Ramirez out there for his 2nd inning of work. 6th time this year he's worked more than 1 inning of relief. Skies this one to center for Inciarte. That'll bring up Jake Lamb.
Third baseman, Jake Lamb.
A much better night for Jake Lamb.
Well, we've seen him be the hero many times this year, BB. Late in ball games, Jake Lamb has had the magic touch. San Francisco and Houston. Corey Guerin here at Chase Field against the Giants off the top of the fence. And here he is in the 11th. He's already homered once tonight, back in the 5th, his 25th of the year. Singled and scored in the 7th.
And then hit a fly ball to the wall in left field in the 8th inning. Matt Kemp had to go right up against the barrier to make the play.
No shift by the Braves. 2-0 on Lamb. I see Baxter running out there in deep right field with his Santa suit on. Baxter in a hurry to get somewhere. 3-0 on Jake. Drives it to center. And that one will get to the wall. Here goes Jake Lamb. He'll stop at second with a double. Well, he hit his 25th home run of the ball game earlier tonight, and that's double number 25. He's the winning run with 1 out.
Oh, that's nice hitting there. That ball was off the plate away at 95, and he barrels it up to the gap in left center. The speedy ender Inciarte couldn't even get there in time to cut that one off.
All right, got to get him home with 1 down. Chris Owings is the hitter. CO has singled in his last 2 at bats. That was the 18th hit for the Diamondbacks. Strike 1 from Ramirez.
CO has been seeing a steady diet of sliders from the Braves right-handed pitchers in this series already.
Ramirez gets the high strike call from David Rackley, and it's 0-2. Chris Owings in extra innings, 10 for 30 with a double and a triple.
We've talked about the Braves outfield arms. Markakis in right, Inciarte in center, both with strong, accurate throwing arms. Matt Kemp can be strong and accurate at times, but the center fielder and right fielder are both playing shallow.
Missed with a couple of fastballs, and Chris is back even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rolls away from Flowers. Lamb heads for third, and he's in there. Winning run 90 feet away, and a full count on Chris Owings, 3-2.
Might have been a play down there at third base, but Flowers, when he plants his right foot, you see right there, loses it completely, just skids down that runway to the on-deck circle, had no chance to make a throw.
Infield comes in for Atlanta. This might be the shallowest you will ever see an outfield play. All three outfielders, Kemp and Ciarte Markakis, medium depth at best. Another hit Diamondback batter.
That one on a slider. Ramirez just tried to overthrow the living daylights out of it.
Now Mitch Haniger, the rookie, a chance to be the hero. Jake Lamb at third, Chris Owings at first, 1 out. And they're not going to give Haniger the chance. They'll set up the force at any base and work to Brandon Drury. Now Yasmani Tomas, who was not in the starting lineup with that mid-back problem, is still in the dugout. Yasmani's got a helmet on and bat in hand. And Brandon Drury is coming up next. The pitcher's spot is after that. So the Diamondbacks will have the bases loaded and 1 out for Brandon Drury. But the only run that matters is standing down there at third. Roger McDowell, the pitching coach. Brandon Drury tonight has doubled and walked. 1 for 4. Brandon, middle of July, had that walk-off RBI single against the Dodgers here. David Rackley out to break this up. So Drury will be the hitter. Tomas on deck, bases full, 1 out. Jake Lamb, the winning run, is at third. Chris Owings at second, and Mitch Haniger at first. Drury, originally drafted by the Braves out of high school in Oregon in 2010, a chance to beat him right here. And here comes Kemp. He makes a diving grab. Lamb coming in, and the Diamondbacks win it. Brandon Drury. Well, it got a little ugly late. They're trying to chase him down out there in center field, and the D-backs take it 10-9. And they have won 2 of the first 3 in this series.
We mentioned before game 1 of this series that Matt Kemp appeared to be a little overweight and out of shape, and it really showed on this play. Had to leave his feet to get to a ball that maybe a few years ago he would have gotten to easily. Scrambles to get to his feet to throw way late at home plate.
Well, the Diamondbacks had a 9-4 lead after 7. The Braves got 1 in the 8th and 4 in the 9th to tie it at 9. And in the bottom of the 11th, after a 1-out double by Jake Lamb, Brandon Drury gets the run home for the 10-9 win. And The D-backs will look to take 3 of 4 in this series tomorrow night with Robbie Ray on the mound against Matt Whistler, who will come up for the minor leagues and make the start for Atlanta. 4 hours and 46 minutes. And the former Braves draftee drives in the winning run for the Diamondbacks. Brandon Webb is standing by with Todd Walsh. Todd.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Great work tonight. We appreciate that. We'll see you tomorrow, your dispatch. But, Brandon, this was a war of attrition here tonight.
Oh, man, it got ugly, but they pulled it out. That's about all you can say.
Okay. All right. Well, we do have a lot to say, so we're going to take a short break. We'll come back. Jody Jackson is down at field level. Bob Brenly waiting for us patiently up in the broadcast booth. The Standard Fare Diamondbacks Live, presented by CenturyLink, is on the air in a matter of moments as our coverage continues after 4 hours and 46 minutes. A long time ago, Zach Greinke was on the mound. I know we'll talk about his night, and we have some other things to get to. But if you don't mind, I'm going to just ignore that ninth inning ever happened. I don't want to go there. Well, when we come back, we'll go down to field level. Jody Jackson will start it off. A player interview on the field as our coverage continues late into the night and almost early into the morning here from Chase Field on Fox Sports Arizona. Diamondbacks Live awaits.